6, 7, 8 stunning angles. Alright.
It's been so long since we did this.
Yeah, welcome everyone to a D&D One-Shot. How you doing? So glad you can join us tonight. So
I'm feeling fat and sassy.
Yeah. For those unaware, I was once the DM of a campaign called The Abode. It was an overseas
still
save the
are.
world adventure. Hey, I'm not done talking. Shush. Wow, that... Okay. Yeah, so, it was an overseas, adventure where, the party fought pirates, they fought monsters, they fought each other one time, and it was a save the world adventure, with some universal shenanigans here and there. But because life got in the way, for me, I had to put it on hold, and it gave me time to reflect on my abilities as a dungeon master, and I feel ready to get back to it now that I've gotten a little more seasoned. I'm by no means perfect still. In fact, spellcasting is still a weakness for me, but I've gotten, I like to think, a modicum bit better of understanding how it works, or trusting how some spells work. So the setting that we're going with today is from my own writing. For some of you know that I've been writing this webcomic called Phantom of the Forest. I just finished a short story called The Ghouls, where Alex, the main character, fights off a horde of ghouls in a failed village. It's on Tapas. Please go check it out if you haven't already. I'm currently working on the second issue, so the reason I chose this is because it's a world that I'm more familiar with. It's a good setting to dip my toes back into DMing, so that's why I have all these lovely people here. And
me.
We also...
Hello.
Yeah. So we also have, someone, listening into our game. She's our newest member. So she's listening in so she can get a feel for how we are as a group. So I know it's been a while for us, but I think we can fit right back into our shoes. What do you guys think?
I think we can.
D&D never really leaves.
Joke's on you.
I mean-
I'm not wearing shoes.
Oh, you
Me neither.
barefooted bastard!
I'm still here. I'm still here with the rogue. So
Still playing a spellcaster, so
Still,
I'm
I still have magic too.
I'm entirely different.
Playing a difficult class, God help me.
Dina, you
druid's not that hard.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
And I'm still blessed by the gods of luck.
True enough. True enough. Actually, let me save your guys' initiatives real fast before I forget.
Yeah, we
I
rolled
Yes.
the initiative.
I will put it here. Wait, no.
My character now has the alert feat, and I got a 28 on that shit.
Wow.
I managed to roll a 9.
I'm lucky. That's my fate.
Yeah, you're...
So you have my feat.
Yeah, you chose
I have-
you chose lucky, and that's scary. I mean, it's interesting for a wizard. By the way, we're also employing rules from the D&D module Grim Hollow. It's a lovely dark fantasy campaign setting that takes place in the world of Etheris, and it has these variant mechanic rules and subclasses that I figured everyone could give a try, because it's really neat. You guys should definitely support the official release. They're working on the Monster Grimoire. This isn't a sponsor, by the way. I am by no means worthy of sponsorship, but just shelling out something that I think is really cool. I think one day we'll have a one-shot set in Etheris, but for now, we're just gonna take what we can get here. Yeah, initiative 28. Jesus Christ, Adrian.
It's like I never left.
Truly. although you switched your initiative rolls with Croc. It's like night and day.
It's always been like this. I've always either been at the top or at the bottom.
Yeah, there's no in between.
There's no middle ground.
No, never in the middle of the pack. First or last, only way.
Yeah, almost got you guys down.
Oh no, I dropped a dice already.
But I already have all 85 of them. Okay,
I'm being a bit conservative. I've only brought out 3 sets of dice today.
I already have 3.
Man, what are you trying to do? Save money?
God.
Yeah, God.
What a loser.
Imagine paying bills, kick W.
Says the Genshin Impact player.
Alright.
Just buy more forehead.
Don't talk about me that way.
Okay, so, I think if there is nothing else any of you would like to say before we get started.
Can you go to the bathroom?
I mean, do you want
gone
to go to the bathroom? Yeah, you should have gone
before
before you before we started, but
roll for persuasion.
no,
Okay.
no, roll to pee. That's our rule. Roll to pee.
Okay, fine.
We're going right now,
How hot is this
motherfucker.
frame?
I got a 3.
Okay, so you got as far
Very
as
weak strain.
you got as far as getting in front of the toilet, but then it just sort of sprays everywhere. Oh my god, that's fucking disgusting. I'm so sorry.
No,
You forgot
no,
to
no,
remove your pants.
no. 3. I just don't get out of the chair and I have to hold it in.
Okay, for a second
That's like
I thought you were gonna
no,
say
it's
I get out the cherry bomb and then drop it in the toilet. Alright, okay. Let's set the mood, everyone. So we are ready to begin the Eclepia one-shot, the Bogcackler. Rhythm out, you feeling okay? Oh, wait. Yeah, I forgot it was really touchy like that. There we go. Okay. Eclepia, the land of the eclipse, was the birthright of Our Majesty, Queen Brenda Esther, and her family for over 30 generations. A land peppered with taran trees, mountains that pierce the grey clouds, and fields and isles as green as emeralds. But long before humanity laid claim to this wondrous land, monstrosities have already called it home. Vampires, werewolves, bargus, ghouls, hags, and the demons. The demons were the worst among them. They were warlords who could not die from blade, plague, or the arcane forces beyond our comprehension. These chaotic aberrations laid waste to countless settlements like the barbarians they are. But 28 years ago, that changed. By the guiding light of Melva, our queen and her army charged into one final battle with the demons and their king, Balor. And with their champions, Bran Ark and Attain Vega, they severed the leg of the demon king with their blades of gilded gold and shadow-laced silver. And victory was assured. Peace was finally achieved. And its people stood united against the horrors of the night, safe and silent. The portly old sailor slams down his tankard, belching rather loudly and getting some of the hops of his own saliva all over his black, shaggy beard. It was then you were all pulled out of his recounting of your kingdom's history and back into your seats in the Swimming Selkie, a pub by the port town of Starshell, named after the constellation that was said to sit atop of the town when it was still being built. The tavern smelled fiercely of beer and cheap brazen meat, but it's a very cozy place with its warm candles lighting up the establishment. The sailor shifts in his seat and turned back around to face the rest of you. That's what those priests up in Kirkwall like to say, but you all know it's all a bald-faced fucking lie. Here's the real truth. We are not safe from the beasts that are always coming out at night, or the demons that are supposed to be sealed away. I heard their general, the Fire Spitter, burned down the Ark's manor as revenge for dispatching his king. Apparently they had a daughter, but whether she lives or not is up for furious debate. Either way, that's when the Phantom of the Forest started prowling the woods and streets, hunting monsters, and killing them for pay. He points to the Kale woman with the light blue hair and fancy navy blue travel clothes, with some filigree on her person, loot, rapier, and dagger on her side. This is your character, Altair, if you would like to introduce yourself a bit.
Oh, for sure. Let me get my page up first. So, my name's Altair. I was born in the village of Burnsley, a well-rounded town built on the foundation of the arts, such as painting and music, as well as magic. Part of the most recent generation of the Kale, I've only heard of tales of my family's horrific experiences during the Battle of the Claim, where our floating city of Aurum fell from the sky following an attack by demonic forces. I want to channel my people's sorrows into ballads and sonnets in order to inspire the hope in youth. I am a bard. I went to the Musical Institute for Jameson's Musical Institute for Musicians. Upon finishing my years there, I took my songs to halfling villages, particularly to Embertide, Thorndale, and Lindell, where I was well liked. I was urged to continue my journeys into the farthest reaches of Eclepia, so I marched on, hoping to captivate and cultivate the hearts of the youth with my songs.
Yeah, but the Phantom is nothing compared to the shit your people went through 600 years ago in the Battle of the Claim. Sighing heavily and turning his head to the inebriated and sensitive sailor, your employer asks tersely, "Are you quite done, Angus? Honestly, you tell us the story every time you get hammered." And Angus, hiccuping, goes, "I'm fine. Why don't you mind your business?" The pub owner, with visible frustration on his face, stops cleaning the tankards he was working on and turns himself around, shouting, "How about you keep it down so our guests can concentrate on their business?" He points at the sailor and says firmly, "Angus, if you keep this up, I'm kicking you out of here. Understand?" Angus sighed, taking another sip of his drink. Fine. Thank you.
Would you like me to play a song now?
Would you like to play a song? If you'd like to, roll a performance check.
Okay. I don't remember if I need to check my skills just in case. Yeah, I get expertise. So yeah. So that's a 21.
21. Okay, that'll do it. So, actually, you play the Ash Grove, the song that's playing right now. A traditional song around these parts. It was enough to soothe the tension that was building up in this establishment, and even Angus started to calm down a bit, despite how drunk he is.
Wonderful song.
The owner looked over to your employer, giving him a simple gesture by lifting up his head. So, like a little head tilt. Thank you. Brayden turns around, slightly rubbing the legs of his chair against the floor, as he pulls it back to meet the rest of you. Where was I? Yes. I gathered you 6 here today because you seemed rather capable. He looks to the giant-born woman in your group, advanced in her years, but has a distinct fey-like liveliness in her eyes. She clutches to her quarterstaff carved from an oak tree that must have been taken from the nearby Southwold. A land, as you can see on the map, covered by this gigantic skeleton that's submerged deep in the earth. Said to be the remnants of a giant. Anyway, the town itself is detailed with protective runes and lettering from all sorts of cultures. If you would like to introduce yourself, fellow speaker.
All right. Okay, well, yeah, so fellow speaker, she is giant-born. And as you said, she is an old woman. She was tasked at a very young age and given the name fellow speaker simply because she's always had an easier time to communicate with, the animals and the spirits of nature. So she was pretty much given a task to travel the world and try to help unite all the peoples of Eclepia, by, obviously by speaking to them, conversing with them, trying to, keep the unity. And it's pretty much a lifelong pilgrimage that she's been doing. And pretty much where she's at in her life right now, she's found that it's very easy to communicate, with the spirits of nature. They're always willing to listen and definitely have a lot to say. But the other races, a lot of them are not willing to listen, and it's just making her job a hell of a lot harder than it should.
All right. Sorry, the thing zipped up when I didn't want it to. Here we go.
No problem.
Brayden nods and says, "You, fellow speaker, with your ability to communicate with fairies, will be of great help going forward." He then looks to the android, sitting quite still and staring blankly at the rest of you, giving her a sense of unpredictability, especially with her ancient, weapon-laden metallic frame. Cassidy?
Greetings. I am Unit 0100101101010010110101101011001100110011001100110011.
Is there an alt button to this thing?
01001101. But you may refer to me as Katiri.
I thought she'd never shut up. He takes another swig of his beer and burps.
Your drink contains 20% alcohol.
Good
And
to
40%
know.
sadness.
He shifts his eyes in like utter confusion, just wondering what the fuck is wrong with this android.
I was crafted by the gnomes with their ancient technology. I was crafted by dwarves with their ancient technology as a defender of the people. My skills was as a soldier of war, bearing multiple different weapons for many different scenarios, such as projectile weapons and even melee combat, along with precisional scanning of materials.
And Brayden listens to your explanation and nods as he's listening. Then he turns to the rest of you and says, "But where are my manners? I've gathered you all here, and yet I haven't even introduced myself properly. My name is Brayden. I'm from Burnsley, and I'm a part of the trade guild there. I'm in need of your help to investigate the disappearances of my fellow traders down by the roads of Everton, leading to the capital. I suggest heading to Olnefair first, before moving on past Kirkwall."
Understood. I can surveillance the entire area and come up with multiple different scenarios on what transpired down at before the kidnappings.
Good, because we need those supplies in order to feed our townsfolk. I'm willing to part with 300 gold each for the completion of your task. When you're done, meet me in Burnsley. Good luck. And with that, Brayden sends you all on your way. And actually, hang on. Here we go. As you all walk outside, the salty scent of the sea breeze, mixed with the fragrant scent of sea asters, meets your nostrils. Save for you, Kateri. You can't smell.
I may not be capable of smelling, but I can see the aromas.
Describe that scent again.
Huh?
Describe that scent again.
The fragrant scent of sea asters and the salty scent of the sea breeze.
Ah, okay.
Sea aster is a
Gotcha.
wildflower around seasides.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So the port town of Starshell, again, gets its name from the star-shaped dome in the center of town, which is also said to have been built in the image of a popular constellation directly above it. It's also got a national game known as Stone Toss. Think like hurling and camogie in Ireland in real life. It's a game with 13 players on either side, and on the end of each side is a goalpost. The player's objective is to try and shoot a small ball over into the net to score points. From what you can see of the bustling population of sailors, fishermen, you can see that it consists mostly of humans, kale, and lizard men, and they all work to provide fish and boats for the citizens of the town. The port itself is gorgeous with its blue roofs and white buildings. Not unlike Santorini, Greece, actually. Would you like to make your way out of the gates?
It'd probably be best to.
It sounds like a good idea.
Alright. So, as you make your way out to the walled settlement, which is meant to keep the nocturnal beasts outside, you get stopped by a half-elven woman. She seems to be a sailor, given her toned build, and she has blonde hair and blue eyes, and some decent overalls to hold whatever tools that she needs. So she stops you and says, excuse me, are you heading out of town?
We are.
Hadrian nods.
Affirmative.
Alright, apologies for pulling you away so soon. My name is, Don Randariel. I couldn't help it over here, but, you're heading over to Everton, right?
I guess.
Hadrian nods. Slightly defensive stance being taken, but not like overtly, just like wondering why that's her business.
Right. Sorry about that. I'm just recombobulating myself here. Right. So, if you're gonna head there, you notice that she has a couple of bags, big brown cloth sacks in her arms, with your passive perceptions. She hands it to you and says, "You're gonna have to take the salt. Just trust me on this. You never know when it might come in handy."
We roll like Arcana or Nature or something to like sort of work out what it might be.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'll do that as well. I'll roll for a nature.
All right.
Okay, so was Arcana? Or is
Okay,
it
I-
nature?
Go for
Nature has its own role.
Could I go for an insight roll just because I can see her face to see if she's lying?
Okay, but just for the future, I didn't tell you to roll Croc.
No, I was asking.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'd also like to check for nature.
All right.
By the way.
Okay, so 3 natures, 1 insight, and
Yep.
Okay.
I think I'll roll insight. That's more in character for Hadrian to
okay,
roll insight.
2 insights and 2 natures. All right. So-
Non-natural 20.
Wait, you rolled a natural 20?
Non-natural 20.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
a
dirty
dirty-
20.
a
Dirty
dirty-
20.
A
Okay.
dirty
Dirty
20.
He's like, I don't know what that term is.
I forgot.
17.
17. Okay.
I got a 22 on my insight.
22.
I also got 22.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. You've only you're not exactly sure why this woman is giving you bags of salt, but given where you live, there's probably a monster in the swamps that is weak to said salt. You don't know how because you never fought one, and you hope you never have to. But would you like to take it just in case?
Yeah, I will.
Yep.
So, fellow speaker, you take the salt out of her hands, and Brandariel nods and says, "All right, I think you guys are fighting fit. Good luck out there, and don't die."
We will
Hadrian
endeavor not
cringes
to.
at the comment of not dying.
And
Okay.
um.
Okay.
You all walk your way to the wooden gates, and let's get the next song out of the way.
And I guess we can just assume while we're walking, I'm dividing up the salt between all of us.
Yeah. There's only 2 big bags, so yeah. So who would you like to give them to?
They're pretty
Okay,
big, so
yeah.
probably not
Yeah.
me.
Alrighty. Who looks like they can actually hold these big bags of salt?
Hadrian
Katarina-
was small.
Not me.
Sorry. I would say Katari, being an android, can handle herself pretty well when it comes to lifting heavy objects.
I do
Alright.
not require salt consumption.
I don't
You
think
can
this is
hold
for eating.
bags, right?
This is just for holding.
Then that will also suffice.
Right, so now I go and I pretty much toss a bag right over to Debrubit.
All right. And are you thinking of keeping the second one to yourself, or?
I should be able to hold on to it. I mean, I am Giantborn.
All right. So,
The rest of us are all flabby little spellcasters.
Hmm.
Or rogue.
Hey!
yeah, we're a rogue.
Thank you.
He's like, hey, I resent that. I'm a rogue. So
Don't cast your
you talk
Spells
to
in your magic.
you all talk to the gatekeeper, and he allows you all to step out into the vast emerald fields of Eclepia. The land smells of fresh grass, wildflowers, and hedgerows ripe with berries. However, you can also detect the faint scent of the Willamette Deep, the sea surrounding Eclepia, and the musky undertones of rain-dampened soil. The sky is overcast gray, but it's got some holes in it, allowing the sun to peek through. Just like gently kissing the land as it goes down. Trees can be seen for miles on end, swaying in the breeze as the local wildlife, namely horses, foxes, and birds, coast on by. So I would like for you all to roll your d4s now, and then write down your numbers. We can put them in important things to note,
Ooh.
actually.
Wait, you said D4?
Yeah, the 1d4 that I
Okay.
told you all to hold on to.
I like how like
Oh, okay. So it looks
I
like
like how
most,
it just
it looks like most of you rolled a 3. So with that in mind, you all hear the ricketing of a cart riding along, and in the distance, a whole tribe of orcs. And among them, you see a young man, rather in his early 20s. He turns his head to you, and if I can find his art real fast, this will be for the group here. All right, here he is. This young orc is a monk, part of this tribe, and he looks over to you and says, "Oh, hey, excuse me, can you come over here a sec? We could use some help."
Okay.
what do
I
you need,
yeah.
what would you
Yeah,
need
it's like-
help?
Why?
What do you need help with?
I am counting the seconds.
Alright. He gestures to one of their carts. You can see that from the mechanisms, even though some of you aren't mechanically sound, you can tell that the bolting keeping the wheel in place is completely lopsided and jutting out, and you can see that the wheel is sort of uneven. We hit a rock or something, and it just popped up and went like this. Do one of you know how to fix this? Because I'm not exactly what you'd call a mechanic.
I can
Adrian
attempt some-
immediately looks at the robot.
I can I can search them. I can search through my databases for possible wheel repairment.
Data what? Great. Sounds like you're ready to help, at least. So, have at it.
Hadrian reaches into his bag, pulls out a set of woodcarver's tools, and shrugs.
So wait, what are you asking for?
Would Hadrian's proficiency in woodcarver's tools be of help here?
Combined with, Kateri, you can probably go for a tinkering check, both of you. It'll have to use your intelligence modifier, though. That's just what I'm, for.
I should get my proficiency bonus, though.
Yeah,
considering
because you're
I haven't
proficient with it, it should give you a slight bonus.
So I rolled for tinkering, and I got an 8.
You got an 8.
I got a 22.
Okay, so as Kateri goes to the wheel, you see Hadrian eagerly pushing you out of the way and sort of having at the wheel, and he goes to center the rivets and rings that was keeping it in place to start with, and reseating them. Kateri, what you pretty much did was just hammer your hand into place to get the wheel standing up again, and occasionally lifting it up, lifting the wheel up to get it seated properly. And yeah.
Apparently, Hadrian's a mechanic.
An impromptu mechanic, but a mechanic nonetheless. And Kovac's like, wow, great, thank you. He turns to one of the other orcs, and he speaks in other language somewhere along the lines of, hey, can you go a few feet? And they do. Their horses go like a few feet, and then Kovac smiles and says, nice. Then he turns to you and says, all right, thanks. That's all we needed. Oh, and might I ask where you're going?
Is it me?
Huh?
I imagine Ed's just sort of sitting off to the side. Like she thinks this is sort of a waste of time. So
Hadrian is like looking around, expecting someone else to speak. Then he kind of sighs and like kind of pulls out a map and points towards Everton.
I was trying to remember the name, so that's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
so
same here.
Kovac just takes one look at Everton and goes. He breathes in sharply, like, ooh, Everton. Okay.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, no. Cause
Hadrian cringes. He doesn't like the sound of that either.
I don't know if you guys heard, but there has been some rumors of travelers getting killed by, I think, a hag. So, I will tell you this. She tends to wander as far as he points to the map and says, she tends to wander around the middle of the swamp and then goes a little bit to the path leading to the flame point. But other than that, she just circles back. So I would just recommend watching yourselves, okay? And if you need to sleep, make sure you do it away from Everton.
Due to my creation, I do not require rest.
All the better then. And
you
then
could be our lookout.
And then he holds out his hand and says, "Right. If you ever need to see me on the road again, my name's Kovac. Kovac Atarax."
Okay, got it.
Hadrian nods a little bit. To the dude and
Kovac, yeah.
And he like signs putting his hand to his lips, like the ASL for thank you.
And surprisingly, he understands and says, "Well, you're welcome." You can already tell that Kovac is pretty well read for a nomadic orc, which some of you might have not expected. Croc, especially you, given that you keep to yourself most of the time.
Yeah. And probably part of the reason I don't use very much sign language is because I don't expect people to know sign language to be able to communicate with me in that way.
Yeah. And with that, he takes his leave. So you all make your way. Actually, this is a good opportunity to bring out this little pointer fairy.
Pointer fairy.
Yeah, pointer fairy.
Puppy.
I forgot to pull this out earlier to point you where you are. So, you started here in Starshell, and you're sort of going your way into Ulna Fair, around the hand of Southwold. So you guys are in the middle of the woods right now. And as you make your way through, I will tell you this. If you guys happened to have rolled a 1, you would have had to fight a group of bandits.
I thought that's what it might have been.
Yeah.
And if we rolled a 2,
those were like those were like event rolls. If you rolled a 2, I'd rather not say the other things.
not until after.
Yeah, not until after you roll. But I will tell you that 1 is the worst result. So you guys avoided it pretty nicely.
Okay.
Right.
Woo!
That being said, since we are pretty much by my neck of the woods, can I maybe roll like a perception check or something? Check for like any possible runes or anything that are left by my people?
Yeah, go right ahead.
see here. 16.
16. Okay, so as you make your way into the woods, you can see the giant skeletal hand sort of lurching upwards. You can see the skeletal fingers, phalanges, and carpals and metatarsals, and on them you do see some pretty sizable runes that describe essentially something along the lines of peace and security are within your reach. And coincidentally, the finger is pointing to a town that's not too far from where you are now. That would be Olnafair proper.
Okay.
And as you all make your way to the town, just trying to get the notes. Yeah, keep in mind, if I'm quiet for a little bit, it's not that I'm AFK, I'm just trying to weave through the notes, make sure we're in the right place.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So, Olnafair. You can see after you were taken in by the giant-born watchwoman, the town's foundation is built around the forest's many trees, even building the wall between them, which creates an uneven shape overall. So, imagine a typical walled town, but with natural tree trunks making up in-betweens. As for the village itself, its many buildings were built stone by stone, layered by the passage of time, creating a rustic atmosphere. Obviously, the population consists mostly of giant-born villagers, as one might expect. But there are a good number of earth djinn, goblins, and gnomes as well. Humans are actually the minority group here. So, naturalistic or mage-like in nature, like everyone else.
No insects, though?
No insects.
I see how it is.
Actually, speaking of insects, there are 2 insectoids in your party, if you two would like to introduce yourselves real quick.
Oh yeah, I'll bring up the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, who wants to go first?
You can go first. Crack won't talk much about himself.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I'm Intola, a Sangromancy wizard. I come from Colony 5 of the Deep Insectoids, so they're sort of scorpion-like. I served as an intelligence operative for a fair amount of time, and mostly working on forging documents, spying on targets, that sort of thing. But after I met a peon, and what sort of insectoid were peons, sorry?
This peon was actually a humanoid man.
Okay, yep. Yeah, well, I met the peon, and...
they were aligned with the demons, actually. They were their sort of servants, spies, possible assassins.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they taught me the art of sangromancy. So at some point, we were all ambushed by the assassins, the spider-like insectoids, and my poor mentor perished.
Alright. Croc, you're up next.
Croc does not like talking about himself. Croc is a seer who is a dragonfly-esque insectoid of Colony 9. He was an interrogator for their army. He did his job until over the course of a month, he started receiving dreams. This being that would give him power, something he's come to refer to as the arcane thing, that lives in the realm of magic and wishes only to be freed. Croc has been spending the rest of his time after deserting the army mid-war to try and learn more about the arcane thing and free it.
All right. So, the rest of you walk about the town for a bit, and you all realize that you're not quite sure where to start. So, I would like everyone to roll. Let's roll investigation.
Oh, nice.
Natural 20.
That
Natural
is
20?
not the right
Okay.
dice. Jeez.
21.
Lucky dumb.
Investigation.
17.
That's my best. That's not my D20.
14. What a terrible roll.
17.
Okay.
I only got a 15. I'm still cringing
I
about
got
assassin.
15 too.
Okay. All right. So, the rest of you sort of spread out and ask about town. So, Speaker, you find a giant burn woman and ask if she's met a man named Brayden. She says no. Who got the 20 who got the 21?
21. That would be me.
Yeah, Croc. You spot an Earth Djinn, and you ask him if he's seen Brayden. They just sort of he just sort of cocks his head to the side and says, no, sorry, I can't say I have. And it wasn't until you come across this goblin man wearing a leather jerkin and wild green hair and red eyes, Altair. He's in the middle of carving a wood flute with an Earth Djinn, creating a clay pot using his innate telekinesis. As soon as your shadows loomed over the goblin, he paused toward you, going, you're breaking my concentration, whoever you are. And he's like knee deep into his work. But he quickly changes his tune and looks up at you, and oh, wait a minute, you're travelers. What can I do you for?
Okay, what would we need?
Because
I believe
remember,
we're-
you're investigating the town, looking for informants of Brayden.
Who found the goblin guy? That was Croc, right?
It
No,
was Altair.
Me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everyone
sorry.
else, yeah.
I think we're all spread out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm trying to word myself.
Go ahead.
Oh, hello. I'm looking for someone. Would you know where they are?
Depends on who the someone is.
You said it was like I'm trying to remember the. I just forgot the details.
Brayden was the guy you talked to in Starshell, who sent you
Okay.
over onto the path.
What? I'm dumb. I just forgot his name again. Brayden.
Yeah.
Brayden. Have you heard of anyone who came into town because of a man named Brayden?
Ah, you're with Brayden. His ears flicker and his tail wags, and he just puts his tools down. Apologies. Name's Scout. I gather supplies around these parts. I'm guessing you're needing information, right?
I'd like that, please.
All right. He looks over your shoulder and sees the rest of the party and goes, "Those friends of yours?"
Yes.
And
Don't worry, we mean no harm.
Yeah. He calls you over and he goes, well, I hope not. I can wield a pretty nasty dagger if I needed to.
That's okay. I have a gun.
Right.
That's not.
He tugs at his collar a bit.
We're not gonna shoot. We're not gonna shoot.
I want for the hilarity of this moment. I want it to be that Hadrian didn't hear the "we mean no harm." He just heard the guy say, "I wield a pretty mean dagger," and he's like on the defensive and like draws forth the blue glowing psychic blade.
Okay.
Ready to defend himself when he comes over.
Okay, and
he sees Scout sees this and goes, whoa, friendly.
He's paranoid. He's literal.
Right. So you're a bit of a crew then.
Hadrian dismisses the psychic blade. Still eyes on the guy.
So didn't you hear that there was a hag around in Everton?
We've heard.
Okay. Well, do you have a name at least?
I don't believe so.
Well, they call her the Bogcackler. She's been killing the traders as soon as they wander into her territory. Strange how Brayden didn't tell you about details like that. It's not like him to do that. Where is he headed, did you say?
He didn't tell us about the hag. We found that out on the way here.
That's strange. It's not like him to skip out on details. Where's he headed?
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. What was it?
Everton?
He's on his way
Yes.
to he's on his way to Burnsley. Braden is
Oh,
Burnsley.
okay, him. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. I'll go have a chat with him. You lot, be careful. Hags don't fuck around.
Actually, before you head out, would salt have anything to do with this?
Not with the hag, but it sounds like whoever gave you the salt is arming you against those Grindylows that are out in the swamp.
Grindylows.
Grindylows are essentially amphibious creatures. And I am gonna pull up their little bio thingy-ma-thing to give extra lore.
Yay!
Just so you can get a better picture of them.
I love lore.
That's here somewhere. Okay, here we go. Grindylows are beasts, and they're almost worldwide, but making their homes in swamplands, Grindylows are large amphibious frog-like creatures that terrorize travelers as an army. The hunting habits of a Grindylow army revolve around hiding in the waters of the swamp, and they wait to ambush their prey together, attacking with sharp claws. If this fails, a Grindylow army will simply try and drown their prey. Typically, their orders are carried out by the king, known as an alpha, as indicated by their enormous size and boundless hunger. But Grindylows possess a layer of mucus that's so slick, most normal weapons bounce or slide off their skin. However, despite their overwhelming strength and slimy skin, it's often recommended to bring large bags of salt when going into battle with them. It's almost like acid to them. It turns their skin dry and weak, that's a good way to bypass their naturally moist mucous membrane.
Okay.
So Randario helped you guys out by giving you the salt.
Question: is it known if forms of like magic damage or like not, or like basically weapon damage that wouldn't be bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, would be effective against them?
To that end, you're not certain, but you can assume that with their mucous membrane, it does protect them to a degree. But that depends on the magic, really.
I'm partially asking if I have any knowledge that my psychic blades would be able to work.
Make an Arcana check.
I'll make the best Arcana check you ever fucking seen. That's a
Yeah, you can
17.
do it. Oh, that's not bad.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, that's not bad. 17.
17, okay. You can think you think to yourself for a moment if your blades would do any damage. And
I actually do need you to let me know whether or not that succeeds or fails, because oh wait, am I proficient in Arcana? That matters.
Yeah,
no,
it's
never
a
mind.
spell
Okay.
knife thing.
Oh wait, I'm trying to gather information, so I could re-roll it if I don't get anything. So.
okay.
So let me know what I got.
Yeah. Okay. I would say that's a success.
Okay. Yeah, because insightful flashbacks, if a check for information, which is what this is, gave me nothing, I'd be able to re-roll it.
Right. So you think back to your days when you were fending for yourself, essentially. You do remember coming into contact with some Grindylows, and your knife was about as effective as any other knife, because, you know, it does register as a solid object. So I would say that you would still need salt if you're going to fight one with its mucus protection.
Right, which makes me using it as a throwing weapon not an option.
Probably not, no.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Oh, by the way,
unless I deal so much damage that I don't care about resistance.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. With the information presented to you, would you guys like to continue on? Out of the town?
Yeah, sure. I don't see a reason to stick around.
Alright.
Thank you.
There was, yeah. Skald looks to you as he gets back to his workstation, picking up his flute and tools, and says, "Not a problem. Be careful out there." So upon leaving Alderfair, the rest of you notice that it's already begun to get dark. The sky is turning a deep orange and purple hue, and this is like an hour within your journey over to the Aqua Point, which is close to the royal capital of Kirkwall. So, you're around here-ish. So, you don't have long until the sun sets. What do you do?
I would
Are we still in that hag area?
You're not there yet.
Okay, cool. So we at least don't have to worry about that yet if we sleep.
No. So...
But we do need to worry about all the,
Yeah.
night terrors.
Yes, the night terrors. That's a good way to describe them, actually.
I wasn't sure what the word was like. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, it'll do. So, I would like for two of you, just two of you, to roll a perception check. Because you're in the
My
process
perception is
of
+4.
yeah, because you're in the process of making camp.
My perception is +5, and if I fail, I have the ability to side bolstered neck.
Okay, absolutely.
I have a 17.
All right.
I need
I'm
to
going to
remember what my
roll.
perception is.
Okay. Hang on. Who's rolling?
Alright.
First of all.
I think I should roll, because of the side bolstered neck and already
Yeah,
having a plus
absolutely.
5.
You.
Okay, so Hadrian, you're part of the watch, and who's going with him?
I thought I heard Katari.
Yeah, I got a 17.
Okay, Katri got a 17.
Right.
And Hadrian,
Alright.
you got.
I got a 24. Does that fail? I actually have to know.
No,
Because my side bolt.
It succeeded.
Yeah, my knack only procs if I fail.
Okay, yeah,
Alright.
it succeeded. So, as the night falls. Actually, wait. And then we'll play this. Okay. Hadrian and Kateri, you two are looking around the place, scoping it out, and for a while, nothing seems to be happening. You hear the chirps of crickets and the occasional stirring of tree lines. But then you hear moaning. Distant moaning.
Ooh.
It's like a low, gurgly growl. And it's coming, let's say, 30 feet behind the campsite, leading into Ulnafair. So the sounds are coming, peeking from the tree line.
I can only pray that that is not one of our own who is snoring very loudly.
Oh, do you say that out loud?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's talking to Hadrian.
Because if I hear that, I want to cast Mage Up.
Wait, aren't you asleep right now, Intola?
Oh, if I'm asleep, then I don't. Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, no, it's just Hadrian and Kateri who are up right now.
Yep, fair enough.
Hadrian will look in the general direction of the source of the gurgling, which probably, I'm guessing, did not sound like snoring.
No, it sounded guttural, bubbly, and quite slimy, actually.
Hadrian will draw his psychic blade and look towards Katri and sort of pinch his fingers together, like and kind of point towards the bag. Pinched fingers bag.
Alright.
This is hard.
Yeah, it's hard when your character is mute.
Yeah.
Alright, so, Kateri, what do you do in response?
I take the bag.
Okay. Oh, you're taking the bag of salt?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
Hadrian's like nod, and then he pinches his fingers, points towards the psychic knife.
Alright. So... Are you two thinking of moving into the area where you're hearing the sound? Or are you just sort of standing guard on the campsite? What exactly are you planning to do?
At the moment, I'm right here trying to get us prepped for a fight.
Okay. So you're staying behind in camp. would you like to start waking people up?
Yeah, I can start taking. I can start waking people up.
All right. So you you start to wake everyone else up who wasn't part of the watch, and the rest of you begin to stir, half awake. Some of you sleeping more dreamily than others, despite the circumstances beforehand. Kateri, what are you doing?
I basically, I go up to some of the ones sleeping deeper and go, wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
It's still dark out, right?
It's pitch black. The only thing that's lighting the area right now is your campfire.
You're lucky My character wakes up. You're lucky I can see in the dark.
It's a good thing I can too. We have something in common.
Aw.
I think after being woken up in the middle of the night, Kraku just assumes something is wrong and just take into the air.
So you're mid-flight?
Yep.
Okay.
So do we get an action while we're in the tent, sort of waking up?
You don't know exactly what's here yet. But upon waking up, you do start hearing the tearing of flesh.
Oh, well, I would like to mage armor for that.
Okay. Go ahead and do that.
Yep. So yeah, now my AC is just higher.
Alright.
So that's 15, I think. I think that's my modifier. Yep, 15.
So I would like for all of you to roll an investigation check, please. With disadvantage, for those who don't have dark vision, which...
Investigation, you said?
Yeah.
Investigation. That's a zero added to my 19.
I rolled a
I'm
10.
pretty good at investigation. I rolled 10.
Okay, 10,
I
10,
had 17.
Since I don't have dark vision, that's a nat 1.
Oh, shit.
Sad. I mean, wait, I can lucky that.
Oh, yeah, you can.
What have other people rolled? Oh, yeah, wait, someone rolled a 19. Never mind, I won't lucky.
I got a 17.
Yeah, so, for those of you who rolled low, you're essentially told to stay behind in the campfire while everyone else goes to investigate. And as the rest of you three go investigate the sounds, you find a ghoul chomping down on a deer. It rears its head up and slowly turns your way and hisses, and then you hear more hissing. Their red eyes start flickering in the night like, well, as a sort of invitation, to describe it some way.
It is with great misfortune to inform you all that they have in fact consumed Bambi's mother.
Bambi.
I always forget that this reference makes pop culture references.
Yeah, that's part of Kateri's backstory. She has an experimental gizmo in her body that allows her to tap into the multiverse. Because her creator thought it was funny. Yeah.
I must apologize. My creator was going through a phase.
Okay, so seeing as you guys already rolled initiative,
Turns out I was in that investigation team.
mm-hmm.
with a 23.
I'm hanging back.
Okay. So let's get into it. Let's see here. So these are the ghouls. And now to put in the rest of you. So let's get this there. Adrian is there. Natalie is here.
I really like this music.
Yeah, it's from Silent Hill 1.
Ah, it feels horror game-ish.
He's so scary.
Spoopy.
Very spooky for me.
Altair is right there. Oh, and Antola is... Double checking placements here. Okay, I think we're good to go. Stat blocks. So, given that this is how we typically open battles, we're gonna have the first ghoul go first. So, who's closer to the ghoul? Katsuri, assuming that you made the pop culture reference, I would assume that it heard you first.
Yes.
So it is going to go after you. So it's going to make a... It's going to go for a bite attack. Alright, that would be... Let's see here. Okay, so that will be a 15. What's your AC?
That would be a 17!
Okay, so it misses. So it tries to lunge towards you and bite, but it misses you. So, yeah, that's pretty much the end of its turn. Hadrian, you're up next.
Okay, so since I'm obviously back at the camp with my nat 1, so I'm gonna have my psychic dagger still out,
Okay.
kind of in a defensive stance, and I'm going to be keeping my head on a swivel around me. And what I'm going to be doing is holding my action
Okay.
for when I see somebody approach that isn't one of my party members.
Okay, so you're holding your action.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't believe there's anything else you can do after that, no?
Well, I do still have a bonus action.
Okay.
With my cunning action, I would like to cunning action dodge.
Cunning action dodge, okay. I guess with that in mind, you can end your turn. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Katsuri, that means you're up next. What you doing?
I basically look at the ghouls, and I basically look at all the ghouls that just came up in the area, and I just look at them brandishing my pistol hand, saying, I have a weapon. It is very powerful, especially against living things.
The ghoul just sort of gurgles, and you see black saliva dripping out of its mouth, and eyes, actually.
Gross.
Oh, that's so cool.
I think I will go after ghoul number... No, I'll go after ghoul number 1.
Ghoul number 1. Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
Yes, it does. Go ahead and make your attack.
Alright, so basically, before all of you guys, you just see my hands just transforming into like this, into like a pistol, and I aim it right at the ghoul number 1.
That's some ace energy right there.
Um,
G'day, mate.
exactly. Okay, so
and that will be a 10 damage.
10 damage, right? Okay, so with that in mind, you what are you attacking with, by the way? Oh yeah, the gun.
Yeah.
So you shoot directly into its chest, and you hear it sort of making a bizarre combination of a gagging sound and a burp, and it's still staring at you. It's still in it, but blood is gushing out of its tattered, ruined shirt. You can see a little bit of maggots forming out of it too. So, what else do you have at your disposal?
The only thing I really have are like the only thing I really have right now are like my spells, but I don't think I can really do much after that.
Most of your spells are bonus actions.
Oh, okay, so I believe in that case, I would like to cast Protection from Good and Evil.
Okay.
That's not a bonus action.
Oh,
it's not.
No.
Oh wait, hang on. Let me double check the rules for that. Actually, you're totally right.
Yeah, certain spells are bonus actions and
Yeah,
some are
certain
regular
spells are bonus.
actions.
If it says explicitly if it's a bonus action.
Okay, then yeah, none of my spells say they're a bonus action.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Protection for Good and Evil is one action.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's the end of your turn then.
Yeah, it is, because I don't got anything else.
Okay. So, it's a tie between Fellow Speaker, Ghoul 1, and Ghoul 6. So, what I think I'll do is, you know what? Hang on. Let me roll the d4 and then take one away from it. So, Ghoul 1 is up again. So, it's going to try again, attacking you, Katsuri, and this time it's going to go for a claw attack. So that's a +4 to hit. That's a 2.
Failure!
Yeah, so it tries to swipe at you with its claws, but unfortunately it finds no purchase. So that'll be the end of that. So let's roll again. Seeing as it's 1, Fellow Speaker, you're up next.
Alrighty. Okay, I know we don't have a map to look at or anything, but is there a cluster of ghouls that are nearby?
Judging by you're surrounded by a light source, they're all slowly lumbering their way towards you. So they're going from like 30 feet to 25 feet. It's a good estimate that they're around the 20 feet mark now. So you can start to see their red eyes coming out from the darkness and coming towards you. There's like 4 ghouls coming your way. No, 5
All
ghouls.
right. Okay, okay, but they're not like all clustered together.
No, they're sort of spread apart.
Alrighty then. Okay, in that case, I I think it's time that I summon a little companion.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast Summon Beast.
Summon
And,
Beast.
Here, I'll send you the link over Discord, because I'm basically summoning a creature and it has its own stat block.
Okay.
So there's the there's the link to the stat block. But yeah, so I can call forth the spirit. When you cast a spell, choose what kind of environment, blah 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 blah. When the creature hits 0 hit points, or when the spell ends, it goes away. The creature is an ally to you and your companions. In combat, the creature shares the initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. If I don't tell it to do anything, it just takes the dodge action to avoid danger. And that stat block does list like the kinds of things it can do.
Okay. All right. So,
so
what kind of creature did you summon?
Something
land
native.
Creature, air?
Yeah, I figure land creature. You know, something native to the forest, maybe like a wolf or a coyote or something.
Okay. So as you summon your bestial spirit, it takes the form of a wolf. So, obviously it's glowing with a faint glow and a sort of glittering effect, indicating its fayish nature. So it takes form, and then is there anything else you'd like to do before it takes its turn, or?
I think that's pretty much all I can do. So that at least takes care of that. As for the wolf, I will send the wolf to go attack one of them. I guess whichever one is closest to me. Whatever number ghoul that is.
In the time that it took for you to summon the wolf, I would say Ghoul 4 is coming towards you.
All right, then I sick the wolf out on Ghoul 4. Okay. So let me see. So I'm reading the actions here real quick. So mauling melee. Spell attack modifier to hit. Reaches 5 feet, 1 target. So first I gotta see if I can even hit the damn thing.
Mm-hmm. So roll to hit.
Roll to hit. Say 16.
Yeah, that'll hit. Go ahead and take your damage.
All right, so 1d8 plus 4 plus spell level's piercing damage. Okay, let me roll. 8, 9, 14.
14 damage, okay. So, your wolf companion, as it sees this ghoul hissing and lumbering towards you, arms outstretched, wanting to grab you, you know, its base instinct is to feed on the first thing it sees. But then your wolf companion charges towards it, starts slashing at it with its claws, biting into it, biting and clawing. Black blood flies everywhere, and then it sort of backpedals and starts growling and stands in front of you in a protective stance. But when that didn't convince it, the ghoul just continued moving. It's not dead yet, but it and Ghoul 1 are somewhere in the middle.
And that's all that the wolf can do.
That's all they wrote. And with that, Ghoul number 6 is next. So I would say Ghoul number 6 is lumbering towards you, Croc. It sees that you're in the middle of flight, and it's sort of wanting to reach for you. So it's gonna go for a claw attack, but considering that you're in mid-flight, I'm gonna roll it with disadvantage and see what happens. So,
Oh boy.
So first one is that would be an 18 to hit.
Ah, crap baskets.
Okay, so it grabs onto your foot and sort of pulls you down, and with that you take. So that's that would be 8. Yes, 8 damage to you.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, 8 slashing damage. But now you gotta throw a Constitution saving throw.
That's 12.
Okay, so you feel your body seizing up as its claws dug into you, but harnessing the power of your patron, you shake it off and just glare intensely at your foe. And that will be the end of the 19s who were there. Altair, you're up next.
All right. I see.
Also, the more I'm hearing this song, the more I'm just imagining, like, that meme with the trumpet and the oven slamming, except it's just the oven slamming.
Amazing.
When Mom isn't home.
Yeah. When Mom isn't home.
When Mom isn't home, the ghouls are coming out.
Did the ghouls have a
I
mom?
see the slashing damage and not wanting to, and wanting to make sure that wanting to make Crash. Did I get Crash?
Croc.
Is it
Croc.
Crash?
Croc.
Croc makes it through. I want to spend 1 point of one. I want to use Bardic Inspiration once.
Oh, you're gonna do Bardic
To,
Inspiration?
Yeah, I want to use give yourself a D4. I believe it's a D4, right? Yeah, it's a.
It depends
Oh,
on
no,
your
a D6.
Yeah.
Give you one D6 that you can use on any sort of roll or whatever for the next 6 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 in-game, whatever. You know what I mean.
You can't use it on damage rolls unless you're
I know, but
I
know, but
Oh, I was
I
mostly
know
telling,
it can't be used on
Jordan.
damage rolls.
Yeah.
But I'm not. But it's more case of protection.
Yeah, absolutely. I was more saying for Jordan.
Specifically,
That was cast as a bonus action, by the way.
yeah, Bardic Inspiration is a bonus action. So, what will be your main action after that?
All right. Which one would be? I want to take. Which was the ghoul that attacked?
6.
6. Okay. I want to cast Vicious Mockery on it.
Okay. So you hold your hand out and you play a couple of intentionally threatening off-key chords, and you utter something in Melvin. Not that it could understand directly, but it sees your intent and actually let me double check something about Vicious Mockery.
You must succeed on. It must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw.
That's right. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. That's
I just need to remember what it has to beat. Does it have to beat my attack bonus? My
It has to beat your spell save. So don't say what it is. It'll just I can tell you right now, it's probably not going to succeed. It rolled a 2. Which makes
Yeah,
sense.
you're not.
It's a corpse. So.
Okay, let's put it this way. My ability, my spellcasting ability, like, is charisma. That's already a +4. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, you're
plus proficiency plus charisma. So.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, 1d4. Also, you disadvantage your next attack. Okay, so it's only 2 damage, but 2 damage.
Okay, so it's number 6.
2 damage and
yes. Hang on. Number 6 is the one who has disadvantage, so I'll just italicize it. Okay. So 2 damage and what?
2 damage and disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay, got it. So, with that in mind, I think you're done, Altair.
Yep.
Alright, ghoul number 2 is next. So, this one, in the time that it took Hadrian, Kateri, Fellow Speaker, and Altair to attack, it's starting to lumber a little closer to the camp. Towards...
Let me know when I can see it.
Yeah, towards you, Antola. And Hadrian, you also see it coming towards her. So...
Excellent! That triggers my readied action.
Okay.
So, my readied action is to throw Psychic Blade at it.
Alright.
I attack. 21 to hit.
21 to hit. That'll succeed.
Unfortunately, I don't think I'll get sneak attack on this.
Probably not, no. Since you weren't hiding.
So that'll be 5 damage.
5
but
damage?
that's okay. I'll get sneak attack next turn, guaranteed.
Okay. So, just 5 damage. Yeah, so it got struck in the chest. It looks down and watches as it dissipates. Sort of widens its mouth and gurgles and rushes over, completely ignoring Antola now and lumbering towards you. It's gonna go for a claw attack again. So, let's see here. Okay. That'll be a 23 to hit.
Well, did you roll with disadvantage?
No. This is goal number 2. This is goal number 2.
Well, you roll with disadvantage attacking me because I took the dodge action last turn.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Disadvantage then. Okay. Okay, that's better.
There's a reason I
better.
didn't steady aim.
Okay, 9. So that would be a 9 to hit. That misses.
That absolutely misses.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me of that. So as it tries to slash its claws at you, it sort of stumbles and narrowly misses the fire, but the rest of you can see it clear as day now, and it is hideous. Its skin is rotting, it's got sunken eyes and just desiccated features that are not pretty to look at in the slightest.
My readings detect that is a face that only a mother could love.
And with that, ghoul number 4 is next.
Glad I'm not the mother then.
Huh?
No, in response to what Kateri said, it's a good thing I'm not the mother.
I am not the mother either, although reproduction of that means is impossible for my build.
Alright, so, up next is ghoul number 4. So it's gonna go over to you, Antola, now.
Ooh.
And it's gonna go for a claw attack. here. 14 to hit. What's your AC?
15 right now.
15. So it just barely misses. So what it does is it swipes at you, but with just a breadth of the tip of its nails, it glides across your chitinous armor, but it doesn't really damage you in any way. It just makes some scratches on your armor, really.
My paint job.
I sort of examine its horrific features as it does that.
Yeah, it's not pretty at all.
I love it.
And up next is actually you, Antola. So how are you gonna take revenge on it?
Well, first of all, just to make sure I got the spell rules right, I can use a regular action cantrip and a bonus action spell, right?
No.
Yes.
Cantrips.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you can. Regular action cantrip and a bonus action spell, you can do that.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it was reversed. Like, only cantrips can be bonus actions. Okay.
No. Like, if one is a bonus action, it doesn't matter whether it's cantrip or spell. You can only cast one leveled spell per turn. But it doesn't matter whether it's cantrip it's bonus action, or whether it's the spell that's a bonus action.
Yeah. And that, my friends, is why I will never be a full caster ever. I can't do it. I can only be a half caster. Anyway, so yeah. What are you thinking of doing?
Well, I am thinking of using a Grim Hollow spell.
Oh, okay. Which one?
Hold on. Oh. So how many of them can I see? Ghouls.
At this point, the rest of the 5 that were, lumbering their way towards the light, you can see 5 of them.
Okay. Well, in that case, I might cast Consumption as a second level spell.
Consumption.
Because it's a... Yep. Because the second level will let me target 2, so... Hold on, I'll just copy-paste it for you.
Oh, I already got it, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Consumption.
So yeah, I need to expend a hit die, and a creature within range, or the creatures, they lose some health.
Okay. They must make a Constitution saving throw at the end of its turns, then. So,
For the
how much
first
HP
effect,
do they lose?
I will roll now.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't actually say. Should I roll one for each of the ghouls I'm afflicting, or just the one?
That depends. How many are you targeting?
2.
2?
Yep.
Okay.
The one next to me and one a little bit further away, I reckon.
Which would probably be Ghoul 2, since it was originally going for you before I hit it.
Yeah. Alright. So, yeah. Ghoul 2.
I will use Lucky to re-roll one of those.
Okay.
Oh, that's a much better one. Okay, so a 10 and a 12.
10 out of 12. Nice. So, it loses 10 HP. And as the blood rises out of its hole where Hadrian carved into it, it sort of seeps into your fingers and gets absorbed into them. You don't see where they enter into, but you can all tell that Antola is getting enriched off of its blood.
Beautiful.
While it suffers.
And now is my... Because that was just a bonus action,
Yeah, that was just a
apparently.
bonus action. What is your main action? Since you're also casting a spell.
Yep, I've got a Firebolt.
Firebolt?
Firebolt.
Okay.
So, I suppose just the one next to me again?
That would be number 4, I believe.
Yep, where's my... I am a dum-dum and didn't get a D10 out. Hold on.
That's okay.
Yeah.
fire bolt, right?
Yep. So that's +6 to hit.
+6?
Yeah. Oh, that is... Does 11 hit?
11 to hit?
Yeah.
It just narrowly misses.
Damn. Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, let me just double check the
Unless
rules
I can
here.
can I lucky when I know the result? I probably can't I? Nah.
You're not supposed to now.
No.
Yeah, didn't think so. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, as you cast your firebolt, you start to aim it towards ghoul number 4, but in a surprising amount of agility, it roars, ducking, and the flames just sort of glides over it. The only thing you manage to do is just singe its loose, rotting hair off of its scalp.
Dad, I'd want to keep that hair.
So
Might look better going fully bald. Probably not, but it's worth a shot.
I mean, in terms of fashion, obviously.
the smell
like-
is horrible
Yeah.
though. You can all smell it. You can all
Yeah.
smell the ghouls at this point. They smell like shit. Actual
if
shit,
they're
not
not-
even the proverbial shit.
If he's not right next to me, and then I'll move away. But if he needs if he gets an opportunity attack, then I won't move away.
Right. So you're gonna move a little bit out of the way?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you can do that.
Cool.
So how many feet? 5 feet?
Like pretty much as much as I can, but like
Okay, so I'm imagining you're sort of circling a little bit closer to the fire. So
Yeah.
that would be 5 feet.
Yep.
Okay, so I believe that's the end of your turn.
it is.
On to our second insectoid, Croc. You're up next.
Okay, so first things first, I need to try and get this fucker off of me.
Yeah, goal number 6, the one with disadvantage. So I think you'll have an easy time with this.
I'm going to first of all summon my weapon,
Summon your weapon.
a
So
longbow.
yeah, you throw your hands out, and before everyone's eyes, there was a shimmer of 2 pole-like objects, and they form into an ornate bow with flares coming out of it, all ethereal-like. And
Alright.
what are you doing, man?
I'm gonna try and shake it off of me
Okay.
so I can get back in the air where it's safe.
All right. Let me double check something here because let's see. Yeah, I sort of skipped over this. So you're currently grappled. So let's have you do a quick strength saving throw to get you off of it.
Oh, wonderful. -2. 13.
13. Yeah, that'll do it. It's really not hard to push a ghoul off of you. If it's just the one. So, you're free, and...
I'm going to fly directly up 30 feet.
Up 30 feet?
Yep.
Alright.
Congratulations, you successfully mashed X in the QTE.
Yes.
You have pulled,
Pretty
you have
much.
pulled off the Knuckles maneuver in Sonic Boom. The pause
Fuck,
trick.
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
So as the ghoul falls flat on its face, it quickly shimmies back up, sees you flying 30 more feet up in the air, and aiming your bow at it.
What a prediction, because yes, now that I'm out of disadvantage range, I'm going to shoot the bastard for it.
Alright.
Shoot the
Oh
bastard.
boy.
Shoot them dead.
Bastards get shot.
Make them go pew pew.
So that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah. Suffice it to say, that hits.
Okay. So that's 1d8 plus 2.
1d8 plus 2, so 10 damage if you max it out.
Yeah, guess what?
10 damage?
That's 8 piercing damage plus 2 cold damage because of my Genie's Wrath.
Mm-hmm.
I say Genie's Wrath, but that's just because it's the archetype I'm using.
Yeah, his patron is the arcane thing, but for stat reasons, we're using the Jinn Warlock.
Well, just call it Arcane Wrath. That works.
Yeah. So, you shoot directly into its forehead, and, well, rather its jaw. You shoot it directly into its jaw, and as the shot, pierces down its throat, it simultaneously freezes its lower jawline and neck area, and, it sort of blasts away at everything. So you pretty much have a ghoul with a missing jawline and an exposed esophagus and trachea. So
And
yeah.
for my next trick,
Okay.
I'm going to cast Misty Step and go a further 30 feet up.
So
Fully
you're pretty much
execute
just
the
just flying up and up.
I'm putting because I'm using a longbow, I have a lot of range I can work with. And I'm putting myself out of danger. So I'm now 60 feet in the air.
60 feet in the air. Okay. All right. So, you continue to fly up, and that's where you remain. Yes, Antola, it was.
Okay, cool.
Your main target was number 2, but you also attacked 4.
Yep.
Imagine Knuckles with a longbow. I can't. He's not really someone I consider a longbow user.
Who? Knuckles. No. No, he's definitely not a longbow user.
Definitely a club
Okay.
or hammer user.
Definitely for
Idris
Idris
Elba,
Elba.
yeah.
Okay. So, is that it, Croc?
Yes, I have nothing else I can do.
Okay, so, that means ghoul number 5 is next, and at this point, it's gonna go for an attack towards you, Altair. So it's gonna go for a claw attack. That will be a 16 to hit. What's your AC? Altair?
My AC?
Yeah.
13.
Okay, so, that hits. So you take... Okay, let's see. You take 6 slashing damage. I'm also gonna have you try and succeed a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Okay, so, do I add... Oh, yeah, that's a saving throw?
Saving throw.
Okay, so that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay. So, again, you feel yourself seizing up, but you shake it off just in time, using your, natural light. And that'll be the end of its turn. Ghoul number 3 is up next, and this one, in response to, Croc's, destruction towards the ghoul that, tried to attack him, swerves around and is going after Kateri. So this one is going to be a 17 to hit.
That is exactly my AC. I don't like that.
Okay, so with that, you take 7 slashing damage. Go ahead and throw a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh, that's not a D20. Does a 21 make it?
Yes, it does. Given that you're a robot, this effect doesn't really, hit you as hard. So the only thing that it really managed to do is hit one of your servos, but you managed to force it back into place, and then there you go.
'Tis but a scratch.
Alright, so Hadrian, you're up next.
So, Ghoul 2 has made a crucial mistake.
Mhm.
He's in range.
Oh no.
So
Are we going back to this joke?
So, bonus action, steady aim. Movement is 0, but I have advantage.
okay.
My action is going to be Psychic Blade attack.
Okay.
With advantage.
With advantage.
Frick me. Does a 14 hit?
Yeah, it's 2 points higher. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Excellent! I'm going to roll my sneak attack damage.
Sneak attack!
Ah, crap baskets.
That's going to be 11 damage. That was actually a fairly low roll, unfortunately.
Okay. So how does this goal meet its end?
Fairly roll damage, just kills it.
So Hadrian takes a moment to steady himself, and then sees basically a vital organ, sort of where he'd already opened up, and just jams it right in, and then jams it and jams it and jams it and jams it over and over and over again until it stops moving.
And with that, it lurches forward, tries in vain to grab towards you, and just slumps to the ground, and with a final death rattle, its eyes dim, and silence. Five more to go, guys.
Hadrian looks towards Ghoul 4. But that's the end of his turn.
Okay. Cassidy, you're up next.
Alright, so, which ghoul be closer?
Ghoul number 1 is closest to you.
Okay, so I'll go for ghoul number 1 again. Only this time.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike.
Zephyr Strike.
Yep.
Let me double check something here. Zephyr Strike. Moving like the wind till it spawns. Your movement doesn't attack. Doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Okay, cool. So, with that in mind, you generate jets.
Yep.
And with that, what exactly are you doing? Since this is your bonus action that you just took.
I'm going to rush at the Zombo and do some more pew pews with my pistol.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Natural 20.
All right, so that's a crit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So that is going to, in adding the, so for the pistol damage, that is going to be 16 for the crit, and for force damage,
Yeah, that deals an extra 1d8 force damage on hit.
yep, and I got an 8. So
Okay.
altogether, that's 24 damage.
So, how much gore is on the scene right now?
So as Kateri is rushing towards ghoul number 1, she slams the thing into the ground using her jet engines to grind the guy into the dust a little bit, pointing her gun at its face, and she goes, "Does this ever happen to you?"
And just a smattering of gore completely covers the ground beneath it, behind it. And it unceremoniously falls flat on its back, and the remainder of its viscera just covers where its head used to be.
I knew you'd appreciate that one, TP.
Okay, so, I believe that's the end of your turn, Kateri.
Yep.
Fellow speaker.
Terminated.
Let's see who out of the two of you goes first. Okay, so ghoul number 6 is gonna go up first. Seeing as you're out of range, Croc, it's going to try and attack Kateri. Because it was the closest sound it could hear, the sound of her pistols blasting. And it's gonna go for a claw attack. And that would be a 10 to hit. I don't think that works. Oh wait, no, it has roll a disadvantage, so yeah. 10, not gonna hit.
I knew it.
So,
I helped.
That means we can go over to fellow speaker. What are you doing?
All
goal number 4
right.
is still kicking, as is goal number 5 and goal number 3.
Okay. Well, okay, so figures I probably should have done this last round, but I am a novice druid. But I'm going to use my bonus action, and I am going to use my spirit totem feature,
Ooh.
and
okay.
and I am going to summon a bear spirit.
A
So
bear
grant-
spirit.
The bear spirit grants you and your allies its might and endurance. Each creature within your choice within the aura, when the spirit appears, gains temporary hit points equal to 5 plus the druid level, and you gain advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Okay. So go ahead and take those bonuses, everyone.
Yep, so that would be
How big is the range?
let me see.
Because again, I'm 60 feet in the air.
Spirit creates 30 feet.
I don't get the bonus.
Okay.
So everyone but
Yeah.
Croc
Am I within
gets
30
those.
feet?
Yeah, so the aura is the aura has a range of 30 feet.
So how much temporary
Uh,
hit points you said?
Yes, that'll be 8 temporary hit points. And you guys all get advantage on strength checks and saving throws, as long as you're within the bear aura.
Okay.
Well, it's a good thing I don't have to move ever.
Right.
Yep, so that was the bonus action.
Okay.
All right, and then what do I want to do? Oh, okay. I will. Oh, there we go. Let me grab my dice. I will use the produce flame cantrip, and I will chuck a fireball at it.
Produce flame? Okay.
Yeah, produce flame. So, yep, I can hurl it at a creature 30 feet of me. So whichever ghoul is closest to me.
That would be goal number 4 at this point.
All right, I am going to try and chuck a little mini fireball at goal number 4. Let me see if it hits. 13.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, so that is 1d8. That is an 8.
Okay. How much damage is that?
Yeah, 8 damage.
8 damage? Okay.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, fried or extra crispy?
Yeah, let's go extra crispy.
All right. So
Yeah, I think my wolf likes jerky.
Mollusk
Smoke-
like
yeah.
jerky.
Oak smoked jerky. So as you hurl your flame, it catches the ghoul on fire. It shrieks in utter pain, and as it's sort of lumbering, trying to swipe at the flame that's covering it, it stumbles into your campfire, causes the flames to rise, and then it just disintegrates into ashes.
Oops.
Nice.
Oops. Oops.
Oh god, wait, there's some intact ghouls, right? I can still keep a ghoul head, can't I?
I mean, the head of the one I killed is intact. It's just more of the body part organs are
Not
bit.
so good, yeah.
a little bit not so
Oh,
good.
they're
They've been
past their
stabbed
sell-by
multiple
date.
times.
Pretty
Yeah.
much the whole thing is past its sell-by date, really.
Also
Oh, this is
stabbed,
definitely what.
also stabbed quite a few times, many
Uh-huh.
times.
Mine
This
is
is
dead.
definitely
Never
like
coming
one of those
back.
things where you leave it in the fridge for way too long, just to
Exactly.
see what will happen.
Alright,
Yep,
so...
mine is dead, never to return.
Yeah, so, fellow speaker, your spirit is up next, I believe.
Yes. Yep. So I am going to have it attack whatever is closest to the wolf.
At this point, it's either Ghoul 5 or Ghoul 3 now. And Ghoul 6.
All right. Let's go for goal 6.
Alright then.
Okay,
Finishing
let
it
me
off,
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Does the wolf hit? I don't think it does. It's a 2.
Okay, yeah, so no. Unfortunately, it misses.
Okay.
What were you about to go for? In terms of, like, attacking.
Oh, it was just like a basic mauling attack.
Okay, so as the wolf tries to, lunge toward Ghoul 6, it narrowly misses it, because, the ghoul managed to trip itself on a rock, and, your spirit just naturally leaps past it, swerves around, and just starts barking at it. Speaking of Ghoul 6,
York.
I believe it's up next. Still at disadvantage. It's going to reach for Altair, and it's gonna go for a claw attack. Disadvantage, of course. That's a 13 to hit. Does that hit or miss? Altair?
I'm sorry.
13 to
I
hit. Did that hit or miss? Your AC?
13.
Yeah.
My 18 is 13.
Your AC is 13? Okay, so it does hit.
Dang it.
So you take...
I'm sorry. The music was a little loud, so I.
Oh, hang on. I can lower it.
I turned it down.
Cool. I'm gonna lower it on my end, too. Okay, so... Let's see. You take 5 slashing damage, and you'll need to make another con save.
It's a good thing I got those temporary hit points. Con save
Yes.
16.
16. That'll succeed.
Okay.
And that will be the end of its turn. Altair, what are you doing?
Which one was the one that just hit? Hit me.
6.
6. All right. And it's right in front of me, right?
At this point, yeah.
All right. Fine then. If you want to go at me, she takes out her rapier to try and try and stab the ghoul.
Oh, you're gonna go for a
So
melee
be it.
attack?
Yeah.
Okay. So make an attack roll.
Seven fell. Fuck. That's a nat 20.
Natural 20. Okay, so that's a critical hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, so that I rolled okay, that's a 1d8, so I rolled a 6.
Okay,
So that's
so
I rolled a 6. I don't know if it.
critical hit is you double. I think you
Okay.
either roll it twice or you double the damage.
Let's double.
It's DM choice whether it's roll twice or double the
yes.
damage.
So roll twice.
Yeah. So roll another d8.
That's an even better roll. That's an 8.
No, like
That's
8
even better
plus-
than just
8
double-
plus your other.
8 plus 6, so that's 14.
Okay, yeah. So goal number 6, prepare to be skewered. How does it get skewered?
I assume that with the attacking me, it left a vulnerable place wide open, and she just directly stabs, like just very swiftly and almost seamlessly, like in like one motion, takes a rapier out, stabs the weak point, takes it out, and it's like one swift motion.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
And with that, the ghoul falls to the ground, lifeless and dead.
Never to
And
return.
Yep.
And tear. Okay, so I don't believe
Until it
there's
is done.
anything else Altair has.
I did a melee attack, so I don't think I can afford to do another thing. So yeah, I'll let that be my turn.
Okay. Antola, you're like 60 feet in the air. There's
no, that's
two more.
correct.
There's 2 more ghouls left. What
No.
doing?
No,
Huh?
And
no,
Tola's not the one in the air. That's me.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got confused for a sec. Antola.
Yeah, I'm the scorpion.
Sorry about
fan.
that.
All good.
Antola. There's 2 more ghouls left, so
Can I see them, or are they sort of?
yeah, you can see them pretty clearly at this point.
Okay,
They've gotten
then.
close enough to the point where I think pretty much the entire party is circling around them, instead of the other way around.
Well, I'll firebolt. Are they like the same amount of damage, or?
I think for the sake of brevity, because it is going on a bit, yes.
Okay, then I'll just target like whichever's closest.
Goal number 3.
Oh, I'm luckying that. Okay, so it was. There's a 19 hit.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Where's that?
Good thing you're so lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, good thing you're so lucky, right? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, no, is that a?
Antoila's
God damn it.
She's a lucky scorpion.
I rolled 1 damage.
1 damage.
1 damage.
Well, consider it toast because it is dead.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's just 1 more ghoul, guys.
That one hit was all that mattered.
Yep.
Yeah, it's also because we also need to get a slight move on.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Anything else you think you want to do, Antola, or?
Yeah, I can consumption the other one,
Okay.
seeing as that's a bonus action anyway.
Okay. Consumption.
Yes. So that's So yeah, reduce his health by 5.
All right then. And with that, that should be enough to render it lifeless. So congratulations, guys. You've beaten the monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll initiative one more time, since this was after the round.
Oh, that's a nice roll.
Man, that's a really low roll.
Oh god damn, it's probably like a 20, isn't it?
That's
Okay.
a really low roll. That's
Okay.
a really low roll.
You thought my roll before was bad. How about now?
So, Hadrian.
Always at the front or at the back.
All right then. So
Man, this is really not unusual. Me and Rel just swapping the top spot.
Yep.
Okay. So as the morning draws upon you, some of you did lose a little sleep, but you did manage to get some rest.
Was I able to keep any of the ghoul parts?
Oh
Easy,
yeah,
short rest.
if you want to harvest any ghoul parts real quick, you can. So
Sweet.
let's have you guys roll a medicine check for those who want any.
I'm sure it's probably only me.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
go ahead and roll medicine.
Okay.
And 10.
In the meantime, as we're all waking up, I would like to cast Goodberry,
Ooh, Goodberry. Okay.
Good.
and I would like to give everybody. I would like to give everybody a berry.
Oh. So yeah, I rolled 10.
I think fellow speaker found their berries. Okay, so before your very eyes, fellow speaker eagerly has her quarterstaff planted in the ground, and out of it comes sprouting beautifully vibrant and delicious smelling berries. And as you bite into it, its juices seep into your mouth and coat your taste buds in the most delicate way possible. As for you, Katsuri, the only thing that you can really do is just sort of use it as fuel. You're not actually eating it, you're just sort of intaking it and then magically burning it off for energy.
I'd
My
imagine
God,
Hadrian's very wary examining and sniffing it first before he eats it.
And what's
I
the
can use
verdict, Adrian?
prestidigitation to make the ghoul parts smell nice.
It is not poison.
Okay.
To make them smell like got the good berries.
Okay.
Nos.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, Antola. What did you get on your medicine check?
10.
10. Okay. And you also mentioned you wanted to use prestidigitation on them to make it smell less bad?
Yeah.
Okay. So, even with that in mind, it's sort of like putting a salve over a tumor. And you managed to cut it off cleanly enough. There's still some veins and blood dripping out of it. And yeah, you just take your loot and then put it in your satchel.
Yep. Beautiful.
And a little bit of blood is still coming out of it, but you just sort of shrug and go, "It's fine."
Yeah, it's fine.
This
the
is
blood
fine.
useful.
Yeah, who knows? You could actually take it and then give it to an arcanist somewhere.
Yeah.
And as the rest of you get ready for the day, doing what you need to do, to move the pointer fairy upwards a bit, you are now
By the way,
just at... Huh?
before we forget, do we recover any hit points or whatever or spell slots that we lost from the battle?
Yeah, like considering that this is technically a short rest that you've taken, yeah, you can recover what you need to recover.
Yeah, and
Do
the
we
good
lose
bear.
our
You restore.
Well, yeah.
You lose the temporary hit points because you're out of the field now, but
Okay.
you can re-roll hit dice.
Okay.
And the good berry at least heals 1 hit point. But you know, even if you don't need that 1 hit point, it does sustain us for the whole day.
Yes.
Okay.
Good
Nope,
berry.
eating
Like
required.
lambus bread.
Yeah.
Only
I know
Burned
that
a
one.
hit dice.
Okay.
Dude, imagine not having a fake supply of hit dice. Imagine not being a Sangromancy wizard.
Right.
Imagine
I
taking.
mean, I'm a
damage.
warlock, so I get all my spell slots back on a short rest.
Yeah, you can laugh at me for that one.
Imagine having to have a long rest to get all of your slots back.
Lol. Imagine.
Imagine needing a
Nice.
long rest.
Okay, so
I'm gonna
as you
try
all
to
make your
rest
way,
on the
yeah,
trip.
as you all make your way up to the Gates of Aqua Point, you're stopped by 2 giant-born women. One of them goes, "Hold, please. You're about to pass the Gates of Aqua Point, leading into the royal capital Kirkwall. State your names and business, please."
All right. Well, I go up and I go up and introduce myself and pretty much everybody else.
Very well.
Yeah.
Just standard procedure. No, don't mind that. We'll get the gates open for you. And the other one chuckles as she wraps her hand around the handlebar and goes, "Try to keep your jaw attached to your skull when you see the splendor of our city." And just sort of chuckles. And
You will do so.
as you make your way up the steep incline leading to a portcullis, let me just get the right track here. And then get back to the place because, ugh. Alright. Upon reaching the top of the hill, the portcullis separating you and the city began to creak and rise. You could feel how heavy the iron gate was as it was being pulled up with a series of chains and cranks and gears, winding and clinking in harmony. Immediately, you were greeted with a view of a city bathed in golden architecture, and many kinds of people could be seen bustling through the Greco-Roman inspired landscape, providing trade from the mundane, such as toys. Come one, come all, gather here to have a gift for your lovely child, and food. Hot dogs and sausages, please. 5 silver, same thing. Steady trade. To the fantastic, like weapons and magical implements. The population had members of almost every single race in Eclepia, including some insectoids hiding their identities with wraps and hoods, which you recognize right away as warriors, the ant-like species of insectoids, and the beetle-like shields, Antola and Kroch. But they seem to be too busy for you to gather their attention, so you're kind of like in a congested area, everyone.
There's a reason I can fly.
Yeah.
Hadrian
Not
has
using
his
this
hood
ability.
Up. Hadrian has his hood up high, like his very very nervous in such a congested area. Crowds not good for paranoid boy.
Yeah, so it's not doing very well for your anxiety.
Right.
So, along the way to your next destination, the north gates of the Flame Point, you can all hear the melodious marching of foot soldiers, mainly human and Kale, making their way back to the castle looming over the city like a mountain. As as well as the voice of their captain, who I will share here. So guys, you get to see this character for the first time. The chat will have to wait a little bit longer. Oh, wrong chat. It should be in the art chat. Hang on. But you can spot him there.
He's cool,
and then
Lar.
he says, "Steady with those shipments, men. We've worked too hard to get all this ore for our majesty. If my mother's one thing, it's thorough. She will know if you lost a single rock. Understood?" They all shout in compliance, "Sir, yes, sir!" "Excellent." And he turns and says, "Oh, look alive, men. It's our adoring public." A smile could be seen creasing the prince's face as he waved to his people, and you can all hear, "The prince has returned! Prince Harold is back! We love you, Harold!" And yeah, that's pretty much that. And forgive me for my terrible David K impression. I sort of imagine this is Prince Harold, the Queen's son. I imagine him sounding like Beast Wars Megatron. So like, yes. So you ride on for a little bit longer, and you pass by 2 Kiel soldiers guarding the gates of the Flame Point. And you pass through the lush countryside when, all of a sudden, while I change the music again... No, don't go to the trash hole.
Right, chat.
I'm getting there, don't worry. Let's see. You are pretty much immediately hit with the scent of swamp gas. It wafts into your lungs. However, there was a slight hint of marsh cinquefoil upwind. So, given the pathway and how it is, you did your best to wade through the swampy waters, wading through it in order to make your way through the swamp. So you are somewhere around this area. Actually, Katsuri, let's have you roll a survival check.
Oh boy. Alright, let's see. 15?
15 will do it. So, Katsuri, you gather everyone around a series of ruined but stable enough bridges that appear to be man-made. They're still somewhat submerged in water, but they make for way easier terrain than just trudging through the thick bogs before you.
I believe these should make for some stable footing.
And with enough time, you make your way to the gnome village of Everton. It's a swampy, heavily forested town, home to the gnomes. The forest of Everton is teeming with life, evidenced by bushes covering the giant trees, which are actually hiding doors of the homes of the gnomes. And they're a race who commune with nature closely, not unlike the Giant-born, but they do it in their own kooky way. In addition, for the parts of the town that aren't hidden, various gizmos and knickknacks made to collect rainwater and trap animals can be found, displaying their intelligence and resourcefulness. However, there were also some contraptions that made no practical sense, highlighting their zany nature. As you entered the town, you were utterly swarmed by gnomes, offering you things like flower crowns.
"Outside people, please take crowns of flowers. Me no work hard on them."
Hadrian hides in cloak!
And then another one comes up
Clark
to you.
just takes it to the sky again and says,
And then another one offers you some type of gizmo.
"Hey, you tall people, take seed planter. Plant seeds by itself, but must water yourself. Can't be lazy."
And he sees you flying up, Croc, and goes,
Hey, me no make seed planter. Want take?"
no.
Why do these
And then he turns
gnomes
to Hadrian.
talk like
Want take?
Gungans? Why do these gnomes talk like Gungans?
Lisa, say you things.
It has many. It has to do with the fact that many gnomes lived in Everton most of their lives, so their grasp on common is pretty terrible.
Either way,
Speaking
Hadrian
of which,
is still hiding his cloak.
speaking of which,
No, none of
another
this.
one comes up to you, Altair, offering you a stuffed rat, and she says,
Me pick give you ratty predict. Please open eat hole to get future.
Wait, how much is this rat?
Two copper. 2 copper.
I'll take the rat.
Yay, you get ratty predict.
and then she just shoves the rat in your mouth. Mandibles, whatever. And she closes her eyes, and for a moment she holds it there, pulls the rat out of your mouth, and then she goes,
You have prosperous future ahead of you. See nice man one day. Okay, that's enough. Goodbye.
Okay.
Altair goes to Antola and just whispers, "Thank you."
I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't that.
wait a minute, you liked it?
Oh no, I did not.
No sane person would.
Not even I would
So-
like that.
Eventually the crowd
Not
begins
even
to break
the
away.
insane person here would like that.
Yeah, eventually the crowd begins to break away, and you find another gnome. He has a bushy white beard and a green tunic, and just generally seems a bit more, in a word, refined compared to the other gnomes. Are my fellow villagers bombarding you with their offers?
Hadrian's just shaking by this point.
You'll forgive him.
I'm tempted to fly down and just take the human and put him somewhere high so they can't get to him.
You'll forgive him. We don't get a lot of
Protect
visitors, but even if we do, it's usually a nasty beast or raiders looking for us, for our body parts to use in their experiments.
Well, it's a good thing I have a gun.
He claps his fingers together. Oh, right. Where are my manners? He holds out. He offers you his hand. Tobaneji, I'm a cobbler.
Greetings. I am 0100101101.
Silence!
Okay. Do you have a nickname, please?
You may refer to me as Katiri.
Katiri. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, everyone. And then he looks up to see Croc just floating up there. Well, don't be shy. Come on down.
I'm not shy. I don't like you.
Well,
Do not take
you
it
seem that
personally.
rude.
He says that to 99% of individuals he has just met.
Well, a little paranoid. Never hurt anyone, right? So, pleasure to meet you all.
Oh, that's great.
Something tells me you're all here because of the Bogcackler roaming in our swamps. Am I right?
No,
Your
but
own?
we have heard of her.
Well, at least you did hear of her. Well, if you come with me, he begins to head into the swamp proper. These do have walkways. They're a bit smaller than the paths that you took earlier. You can tell that these were gnome made. He makes his way towards two female gnomes, and they go,
Oh, Toby's here.
and he goes, yes, Toby's here. Listen, we are going our way into the swamps proper. Could you lower the gates for us, please? And the two women go,
Oh, yes. Make gate go down.
and they sort of climb the little trees next to the raised drawbridge, and so they take two snakes that were tied together, dead snakes, obviously. They've been dead for a long time, but they've been lacquered and converted into rope. So they take them, they grab both their heads, make their way down, and with it, it lowers the drawbridge, landing with a bit of a splash. So they both land on their feet, and they offer you passage, and they go,
Be careful. Swamp dangerous and smelly. Very smelly, yes.
so do you make your way into the path?
Yep.
Adrian
I
figures
will be
dangerous
right
and
back.
smelly is better than packed full of people. So, to dangerous and smelly we go.
All right. So, making your way into the dangerous and smelly swamp, it's not looking too bad right now. Certainly smells bad, but there's enough wildflowers in the area to sort of balance things out to a point. It smells vaguely like a toilet that hasn't been cleaned in years.
Oh, wonderful.
You know what? Hadrian's probably smelled worse.
You know what it is? It's like you're, someone just took a shit in the bathroom and they used Febreze to cover the scent, and it doesn't do it very well. That's kind of what this swamp smells like.
You know what? Hadrian's probably smelled worse.
Right.
They tried to spray the scent, but instead they sprayed the opposite direction.
Tolman just looks behind you and sees fellow speaker, and he just whispers,
The fuck is wrong with this robot? She's got some gears loose, doesn't she?
Your guess is as good as mine.
well. He then points out into this outcropping, sort of acting as a sort of mound leading into different routes. So I can take you as far as over yonder. He points to the deeper parts of the swamp. You'll find the Bogcackler's cabin in there, but I wouldn't get too close right now. She's a nightmare at night, if all those dead bodies are any indication. He points to, from what you can see with your passive perception, everyone, the path is littered with bodies. Dead horses with their guts torn out. Some of the travelers were even corroded by their intestines. And others were just pierced in the wall or completely burned to a crisp.
How beautiful.
And others were like made to be grim decoration, let's say.
These look just like the simulations in which I was placed in before deployment.
Don't know much about that, but it's good to hear that you have some experience. So, while this is certainly bad, she's even worse if you were in her beauty sleep. And even if you're thinking about slitting her throat, she's more liable to take you all with her in the process.
It will be very hard to take over a machine.
Well, you'd be surprised with the hag, lassie. Those fae folk are just... they're something else. But what you shouldn't do is treat them lightly. So it's probably a good idea to scope the place out for now. Study your movements. Get a good feel for the patterns.
Right, so they shall be carried heavily.
He just sort of stammers and then just, right. He walks past you all and he says, best of luck to you. I gotta get back to my shoes.
Enjoy your shoes.
I am a cobbler. It's what I do. Alright. So, now that you are left to your devices, Katsuri, go ahead and roll survival again.
Okay.
What if it's a
So, how does a 19 sound?
Okay, that'll do it. So again, you scan the environment and you find a decent pathway to walk through. It's still very submerged in the swamp. The rest of you trudge your way through it, but
Wait, before
Thankfully-
I was gonna say, since I technically can also fly, I just haven't been doing it a lot. Could I fly over this to just to avoid getting dirty from the swamp?
Actually, if you and Croc would like to scout the place, you can.
Sure.
You guys don't need
Sure.
to roll anything. Actually, no. You can just rely on your passive perception.
Okay, passive
13.
perception.
Right. So
I need to go back.
you fly a
12.
Yeah, you fly a decent amount of feet over the tree line of the swamp. For a good half minute or so, you find in the thick brambles of the dead trees just covering the swamp, you eventually find the remnants of what appears to be a cabin in the woods. And yes, I did reference the movie. And it seems to be derelict, full of holes, and just generally not pretty to look at. But it seems still and quiet. So, armed with knowledge of how long the path travels, you report it to Katsuri, and then she leads the way according to the path that she scanned. So you follow her through the swamp waters, and eventually you do find a good place to settle down just in front of the cabin. You're not directly in front of it. You're, like, just far enough away to the point where you don't believe the hag could see you, even if she were to emerge.
I'd like to, like, as we walk, I'm sort of obsessively, like, using prestidigitation to clean my clothes.
Okay. You managed to get all the swamp smell out of you. And you do look rather pristine with the spell that you laid upon yourself.
The stories look beautiful.
And
Hadrian during this will probably he will point to his head, then point to someone else's head, and then like bring his two fingers together to basically use one finger to point, use one hand to point to his own head, use the other to point to the other person's head, and then like bring them together like at the ends of the fingers.
Do you want to make a telepathic link or something?
He gives a single clap and he points and he nods. It's like
I agree with that.
okay, so here's the thing. I actually get two people. So we'll have fellow speaker and I guess Croc, since hashtag relatable paranoia.
Yeah. Also, I will say to help out with your role-playing, guys, while the setting is based mostly off of Ireland and Scotland and Wales, if you're not comfortable with any of those Celtic accents, you can totally just go for a British accent.
And okay, my use of the ability was unfortunately not the best because I only get 2 hours. That's okay. So he establishes the mental connection with the two. It's like, do we have any information on what kind of hack we're dealing with? Although, does no one else think it's weird that Brandon didn't say this?
I do not know.
It is pretty concerning.
The only thing in which we were informed of was to not take them lightly.
You don't hear it, Katsuri.
Oh.
This is telepathy between these three.
Yeah, it's just fellow speaker Hadrian and Croc speaking to each other.
All right, if we
We
can.
are in danger.
Yeah. Plus, not only did he not mention that, he also failed to mention those creatures that are weak to the salt. I mean, we had to get that information from other people as well.
I thought I saw one of them in the encounter before. I tried to indicate to Katari that I could use the salt on my weapon just in case that was it, but it looked because it looked like mucusy and gross. But nobody ever
Remember.
fucking listens.
The robot, not smart.
I believe they did say that these creatures are also in the swamp, so it would probably be best that we do try to divide the salt.
Okay. We also don't know what's the capabilities of the people who previously sought to deal with this world, although I am guessing better than average if they were being trusted for something like this. This all sounds very bad, and it sounds like we're going to die tonight. To be
We
quite
will
honest.
not die. Not possible.
What makes you so certain of that, if you don't mind me asking?
Are you dead yet?
No, but I'm not currently fighting a hag.
I had this whole thing planned. That's immediately shut it down.
Your chances aren't looking good, guys.
No, very much not. And that's what Hadrian's pointing out. It's like, we're going to fucking die.
Perhaps we should leave for now. Come back with more information.
I will say this at least. It's still currently daytime for the rest of you. So you have a couple hours until night falls.
So we can long rest?
Yeah.
Sweet.
You can even head back to the gnome village if you want to.
If we head back to the village and get more information on exactly what's happening, we may be able to narrow down, like, what kind of hag this is, information on what other people have seen, because I don't know why none of you bothered to ask about that.
I don't like people.
So what is the mute saying?
Hmm?
What is the
Oh
mute
yeah,
saying?
you're saying in character. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Antola turns to you, fellow speaker, since you're more approachable compared to Hadrian and Croc.
Gotcha.
By the way, when Hadrian's like, by the way, half of this conversation when it's happening, Hadrian's just flailing.
Oh right, like gesturing with his hands.
And we're just watching like, yeah, okay.
No, it's
Totally
very
not
obvious that
freaking
he's having a conversation.
Katsuri is just
Yeah.
staring and watching.
He's having a conversation,
Analyzing.
partially freaking out. Like,
Analyzing.
Anyway, so fellow speakers like, one moment, boyo. Then goes and turns to Antola. And he's currently having a panic attack. He's like, we don't have a lot of information about the hag.
That's incredibly true. Finding
would
a
he
hag isn't a small deal.
So would he
Not a-
ask for anyone to look for information involving the hag?
We
That's
are
a really
thinking
good idea,
Yes!
Terry.
the most obvious thing! Yeah!
I'm glad you independently came up with that, Kateri.
Anyway, Anyway, he thinks he thinks it'd be a good idea to go back to the gnome village. They're closer to the swamp. They'll probably have some more info.
Yes.
I can ask around if it is requested.
Oh, I get to stretch my Nopon voice even further.
They weren't
If
supposed to be
you-
Nopons.
Well, no. Their dialect is based off the Nopon and their mannerisms, but they're more.
That's a weird
I didn't get
industrial,
Nopon. I'm
gnomes.
sorry.
Yeah.
I got Gungan. I 100% got Gungan.
No, if I were going for Gungan, I would do this voice.
Is Gungan the little floppy ear guy from Star
That's
Jar
Wars?
just
Jar.
Gilmon. What you just did there was Gilmon.
You said man again. Hang on. If I,
I
do my
hope
Guillermo
you-
voice, what do I sound like now? Just
Still
Guillermo?
Gilmon.
Still Guillermo.
Just
Okay.
Still Guillermo.
Okay.
It's just Guillermo.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't seen The Phantom Menace in years, and I don't plan to.
1 out of
It's
3.
funnier
1
that
out
way.
of 3.
Oh,
1 out of 3.
Hana means
It's full.
family, and family means nothing in a
Fuck
game
you.
of Uno. Draw forward, bitch.
Okay. So,
Okay.
the rest of you are planning to go back into the town, right?
I believe that is the plan.
Okay. So, you go back to the town, back to the way you came from, and let's have you guys roll investigation.
Investigation.
Oh, investigation. I
That's
can't wait to
11.
investigate things.
Okay.
I got it.
I got 12.
Actually, to help me out, guys, would you mind writing down your rolls?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, because
Just
I
say-
think it'll help straighten out
You know
the
what?
narrative.
I'm
Easy.
also going to roll investigation since Hadrian is competent but silent and paranoid. That's a 17.
Okay.
Apparently gnomes are also smart.
Well, they sound stupid, but they're really not. They're just eccentric.
They might know sign language too. They just can't speak common.
Yeah. Well, they can't speak it well, except for Tobin,
Yeah.
anyway. He seems to be one of the more well-read ones.
Yeah, it turns out they just have you just find the one who has really good ASL.
Yeah.
It's a situation where there are some individuals who are just more sociable than the rest of their culture, and they take more opportunities to
Yeah.
learn and be more conversational. Also, I hear myself.
There is the fact with telepathy. It doesn't matter what languages you speak, you can still understand each
Yeah.
other with the telepathic link.
Yeah, exactly. It's eloquence. Okay, Altair, you haven't rolled yet. You're rolling investigation. Altair,
I think I'll tell you, just crashed.
you all right, Lassie? You all right,
Well.
Lassie?
Are you alive?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
My
my
investigation,
ear-
please.
So, we tried. I apologize.
All
It's cool.
good.
No problem.
We could all
So I
relate.
got 12.
Oh, did you say you rolled a 12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and write that down in general, please.
Maybe a separate chat for roles would be good.
You know what?
Hold on.
I could make one actually.
That'd be pretty
Let
obvious.
me go ahead and create a channel. So
Okay, I'm back at my computer.
rolls.
Okay.
Okay.
It loaded.
Uh,
12.
Okay, we have a roles chat now. Just go ahead and recenter it, guys, if you don't mind.
Resend them.
Ha! Too slow.
Yeah, just put him in the roll chat. And actually, I can reposition this. Now it's on top of the party. I think I'll put initiative on somewhere up there too.
Dude, roll 20 is gonna be metal.
Okay.
Just have all
this
your
is-
rolls right there.
Oh gosh, guys, you didn't have to redo the rolls.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Dear.
It's cool. Okay, so, as you make your way back into the town, you ask around a bit. So, starting from highest to lowest, Antola, you make your way to a gnomish weaver who, sprinkles his magic into the weave, creating, lovely pictures. It's purely for decorational purposes, you know, something to hang in your house and, look nice. And he sees you coming and goes,
Oh, ho, ho, you the Scorp lady who got Ratty predict from Pick. Pick so stupid.
Yeah, yes. It was rather confusing.
Does you need help?
We were curious about the hag just outside town.
Oh, which hag?
There's multiple hags.
It's Eclepia. There's lots of hags. Not as many as there used to be, but there used to be more hags. But no, there's just
he counts on his finger.
1, 2, 2, 1.
The number after 2 is 3.
He holds up a 3.
This many.
Like a little coven.
Not Covey, but they're around. One in swamps though. She is nasty creature.
What can you tell me about her?
He, thinks to himself for a moment, and then he looks back up to you and says,
Well, she make you sick by looking at you.
That'd be inconvenient.
She also can find ways to locate things and bestow curses. Terrible curses. But not
Has
to be
anyone
trifled with.
Has anyone in town had any personal dealings with her?
No, we stay in our homes, but she passes through town sometimes. She's very big and scary.
What does she do in town?
Wanders. Looking, searching. Sometimes killing.
Is she just searching for people to kill or something specific?
Well, she takes their bumps and their swooshies
Hmm?
and puts them in a pot.
Would that be their internal organs?
Yes, what you said.
Lovely.
and then he starts rubbing his belly and goes,
Stews sound good tonight.
It would be. Lovely artwork, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Work very hard on it.
Well, I think I'm probably good with the questions on this, yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
and he goes back to his work and gets another thing ready to weave. Hadrian, you're up next, and you are with Kroch and Altair, and you find a woman who is currently just fashioning what appears to be a sort of kettle on a sort of arm pulley system. It's hard to really get what she's going for with this invention. But as she pours the contents into the cup, you can see that there's like berry juice? You can't really tell. but she sees you approaching and goes,
Ooh, shy man, dragon flu, and pretty lady.
Can you repeat
Uh,
that? Not for any.
she's just calling attention to you.
Okay,
uh,
no, I
She
didn't hear
called,
what.
Hadrian, Shyman, Croc, Dragon Flu, and you, Pretty Lady.
Sweet.
Thank you. Would you like berry tea? Made from good berries. Not bad berries, because that would be bad. Yes.
Hadrian will hold up an hand and wave, kind of indicating no thanks. Then he will sort of point his hand sort of more towards the area of the swamp where we found, more in the direction of the area of the swamp where we found the hut, or the cabin, I should say.
Okay. She looks in that direction and then looks back and says,
Oh no! The hag lives there. Bad place. No go.
Why not?
Hang on, just collecting the words.
Because sometimes when you're in her territory at night, you hear things. Sometimes hear friends. Sometimes hear beasts.
He nods and he sort of like pats his face and like he's still trying to figure out how to communicate what he's trying to communicate, but he like pats his face, like circles his face, then points towards that the cabin again. I hope that helps communicate it, because it feels like cheating if I just outright say what he's trying to communicate.
She tilts her head curiously and goes,
You want to spy on hag? That's stupid.
He kind of like he kind of just sighs, and he holds out his hand and then sort of uses a finger to sort of mime scribbling on it.
all right.
Oh,
She looks around for something to write on. She finds a piece of bark, just rips it off the tree, and then gives you something to write with. It's a simple charcoal pencil.
Right. So then he writes, "What does she look like?"
oh. Oh, why you say that then? Okay. Well,
He just waves his hands.
she's green.
He is mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just throws his hands up like you couldn't figure that out for the fact that I wasn't talking.
Why, you little?
All right, so
How long has it been since we left the swamp? By the way,
close to an hour.
so through the mental link, remember, people are stupid.
I know people are stupid. Still annoying.
Okay, so continuing with her explanation, the gnome says,
She green clad green-hued, and she have shaggy, dirty hair, gray, and big nose, and eyes red like red water. Red
Can
water
I
in
roll
heart.
a check to figure out if this is enough information for me to know what kind of hag it is? For
Okay.
Hadrian to know what kind of hag it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Which kind of check should it be?
Let's have this one be. Let's just have it be Arcana.
All right. That is going to be an 18. Does that fail?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It succeeds. Gathering from what the woman has been telling you, you can gather the fact that this is a hag who dwells in areas related to nature and, well, the green. So, in D&D terms,
So I
green
can
hag.
gather that so I can gather that it's a green hag.
Yes.
I had already figured that out, but I wanted to make sure Hadrian did.
Yeah. And armed with this knowledge, how would you like to tell the others who have your link?
He'll be like, "Oh, it's a green hag. Okay, so that's a lot more information than we had. I'm doing fucking Pacifico's accent. What am I doing?
Actually, you know,
I'm doing
considering
I'm doing
that,
like Italian French. What the fuck am I doing?
I mean, I don't know. Considering that you are from the Bone Dry Badlands, specifically Chenet, it does have a bit of a Middle Eastern flair to it.
Okay.
Where did the Australians live?
So
Are we from the
that's why I
Underdark?
didn't say anything about it.
So that is a lot more information than we previously had. And that is actually incredibly helpful. Because I do not think they are, because I'm not sure that they would be incredibly difficult to deal with for such a large group.
Numbers win wars.
Sounds like you have experience in dealing with them.
I have experience in dealing with a lot of things that I shouldn't.
Does not get. Wait, is this other again, or is it
You
the other?
you can't hear them.
No,
Or
this
friends
is
telepathically.
the link.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
War
so.
has been a part of insectoid life for generations.
I know, please don't remind me.
Well, in that case, what do we need to prepare?
I would say that. I believe our biggest concern would be her turning invisible on us.
I think we can take care of that.
Some form of magical tracking would be helpful.
Why not? I got that covered.
Okay, and I assume that you divulge this information to the rest of the party who are like in the middle of conversations that compared to you kind of went nowhere. It's just more people trying to barter their wares to you. Some that sound pretty nice to have lying around in your house, and others that are just like totally useless and gimmicky.
If you divulge the information, then then yeah, I can.
I'm
I can
gonna
also-
divulge to the person with us, Altair.
Mm-hmm. So, they come to you, Altair, with this information.
Just like Hadrian and I were already near Altair. Might as well tell them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they express to you, Altair, about concerns about the hag turning invisible mid-battle, and just the fact that she's a green hag.
Okay, so Green Hag turns into one in battle.
No,
My
Invisible.
invisible.
invisible in battle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm. So what we need is something that renders that invisibility. So what we need is something that renders that advantage moot.
Renders it inert, basically.
But what do we have? Yeah, that's what I said. So how do we? It's not like what any of us can summon rain.
Grain wouldn't work. I explicitly said the magical tracking.
He says rain won't work.
Yeah.
Is there still a means to detect her physical presence?
Wait, are we together or?
I'm assuming that you're all converging together at this point.
Okay then.
Just,
Okay.
sharing strategies.
Okay.
Then I'll also share like the information about her sort of seeming to look for something. Might be just people to kill, but also, could be.
Yeah, and what you can gather being spells she might know.
Even if she is invisible, she should still have a presence, just one we cannot physically see.
Question: Would sense lifeblood let me tell where she is if she's invisible?
Let me take another look at it.
That
Sense lifeblood.
is page 125.
Oh, I already have it saved in my notes.
Sweet.
Okay, so
Prepared.
it's one bonus action. Concentration up to 1 minute. As part of casting this spell, you must expend 2 hit dice, or the spell automatically fails. If you do, you can sense the lifeblood flowing within creatures you can see. For the duration of the spell, you can sense whether and how 2 or more creatures you can see are related biologically. In addition, you can know whether the creature's current hit points are equal to or below half their maximum hit points, and when you deal damage to such a creature, you roll 2 additional dice to deal bonus damage. The dice rolled to determine this bonus damage are the same as the 2 you expended to cast this spell.
The first part could just mean family bonds and stuff, but yeah, it sort of depends if you mean blood or literal or just
Yeah, it just seems to be a way to track creatures, and then you can also check whether or not if 2 or more creatures you can see are related biologically. So if they have similar qualities, I'm gathering from this.
yeah, it'd be really your interpretation on it. You're the big DM.
It's a spicy paternity test.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one that could result in death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's spicy.
Really fires up the
The
loin.
important part for us is that it can magically track a creature.
Yep.
Yes.
What also matters is whether it will be continuously active even after the invisibility?
It is a concentration
Yes.
spell up to 1 minute, so
Right. Fairy fire is
the
fairy
answer
fire
is-
is the same way.
Yeah, the answer to that is yes.
yeah. So yeah, exactly as Boone said.
Because the ability says that she can be tracked by magic. It
yes.
specifically says that she can be tracked by magic. So
All right. So as you all express your battle tactics, some time passes. You all get ready for the night ahead. Unless if there's something else you wish to prepare for.
do we count as a long rest at this point?
Yes.
All right, cool. So my free use of whispers returns.
During this time, Krark is gonna disappear into his ring
All right.
just to get some time on his own.
All right. So you take some time to yourself. Doing what exactly? Meditating or?
Just getting some time to himself.
Okay, yeah. Totally relatable. I relate to Crocs.
You know what?
Essentially, I do not want to. I do not vibe with this zone right now, and he just disappears.
You know what? We're doing one of the quirks of Hadrian. Are there like sturdy trees nearby?
Yes, there are. Among the ones that you can automatically tell as houses with the way they're just decorated, you can also see other trees just peppered around the place.
Cool. Hadrian is gonna climb up into one of those other trees and rest in the tree,
Okay.
away from people.
Yeah. And as you do, you see some birds flying overhead, and for a place as weird and desolate as this, you easily find solace up here, seeing the rest of Eclepia around the swamp. And with that in mind, you all make your way. Hang on. Oops. There we go. So the entire environment changes from the peaceful, if still, swamp to a sort of imagine a greenish, noxious void of blackness.
Oh, bless you.
And with that, you can hear more swamp noises, frogs croaking, crickets chirping, and you see the fog rising from the murky waters as if they're like continuously spewing gas.
I'll put my mage armor on.
Okay.
I'll call my bow.
I will have my blade ready, and during every single turn that we're before combat, I'm bonus action dodging.
As usual, I'm gonna, at this point, I'm gonna take off and go about 15 feet into the air.
Okay. So,
I'd like to also just begin. I'd also like to begin my flight too.
Oh, excuse me. This is the wrong track.
Okay.
It's good.
It's very
track,
It's very rocky
Very-
for some investigation music.
Yeah,
Oh wait,
this is
shit!
what
I
should
can't
be
dodge
played.
with cunning action. That's my bad. I can't dodge with cunning action. I'm gonna hide instead. Fuck it.
Yeah. Okay.
You just hide and just.
Okay.
And if all else fails, I still have a gun.
Exactly.
Actually, Kateri, with that in mind, I would like for you
This
to
is the
roll
same one.
investigation, please.
All right.
Kateri, I'm
This is
sorry.
the same song.
No, it is. It's just the ambience version.
15.
Ah.
Yeah, the ambience version, not the
It's-
battle version.
Yeah, it's 15.
Okay. Looking for the with that in mind, as you're getting ready to advance on the Hag's Hut, you can see a select number of trees are now carved with sigils for protection or something else. Either way, you can tell they're marked deliberately, adjacently to each other.
Would I be able to scan these to know what these are?
Arcana yeah.
Yeah, Arcana. Make an Arcana check.
Can I make an Arcana check too?
Seeing as you're not able to really scan them for anything like that, probably not. You can possibly roll history.
I got
Alright.
an 8. I got an 18.
You got an 18.
Can I roll either Arcana or History?
Yeah, you can help out Altair, but first let's go over Kateri. So, judging from these runes, you can tell that they seem to be practice runes, mimicking the ones that Giantborn would do when making rune stones. But obviously some components here and there aren't really up to snuff. Like some symbols that are falsely placed, or they're too lopsided so it wouldn't work and make the spell fizzle out.
These appear to be failed runes.
And Hadrian and Altair.
We're rolling History. That's a poopy roll.
Okay. Altair, what'd you get? Altair? Hello? Wait, we didn't lose TP again, did we?
It did.
Ah. And okay.
Oh, your
Okay,
chat box
so-
is lighting up.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, go ahead and re-roll because of your background, Adrian, because that was a failure. Altair, can you hear me? Are you still alive?
I'm here.
Okay. You're rolling history.
Mm-hmm. That fell. Okay. So, that's 14.
14? Okay, and Hadrian?
If the 12 passes, then that's my background used for the rest of the one shot.
Okay, so you failed, but Altair, you succeeded. So
Okay.
with that in mind, you can tell that from the nature of these runes, you have seen Giantborn runestones for yourself. In fact, you did use a couple to get yourself out of pinches here and there with the occasional highwayman or even just a simple griffin attack. Mostly along the lines of teleportation. But with the way that they're carved, you can tell that they're from a writing style compared to the modern runes that you aren't exactly familiar with. So whatever these current runes are, and with the manner in which they failed, you can tell that they're coming from an older writing system of the Giantborn language.
So I basically wouldn't know what these are.
Yeah.
Would I happen to automatically know?
Yeah, you don't need to roll for this at all.
Okay.
As I assume
Good, because I would
Altair-
ask.
Yeah, as Altair relays this information to you, you feel a little bit of dread overcoming you, fellow speaker. And you're not sure why. Whatever the hag is doing, and whatever she's gathering, you can tell that she's doing it for a purpose.
Alrighty, then. Yeah, I just I guess I just relay all this information that I know.
Yeah. And with that in mind, I would like for everyone to roll stealth.
Is this a dark place?
Considering I don't believe any of you have a light source on you, yes, it would be a dark place.
Nice.
I mean, I do have stuff on me. Like I do have a lamp and flasks of oil, but I don't know if you want to use them.
What do you guys think?
I mean, I'd rather not have them, but that's because I get better stealth in the dark.
Then, for the sake of keeping the advantage for others, no light.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let me just actually roll.
I
Okay,
am
so
not
that's
rolling well today.
Okay. 24, 19, and the 25 stealth balances everything out. So, you all make your way up to the cabin's premises, and you can tell that the window is now gently aglow. Who would like to peek inside?
I will.
Katsuri? Alright.
I was
So,
about to say someone other than the rogue.
I mean, there's some situations where, oh, I have great intelligence, so I must do the smart stuff. That's not necessarily true. It could be interesting to have other people do something outside of their field, you know?
And I am also a robot.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a
the
note
reason I
that
say someone other than the rogue is because it wouldn't be good for me to take 48 damage to the face.
yeah,
Right.
I'd like to make sure I'm hanging back, sort of, like, to make sure that the party is sort of meat shielding me a little bit.
Exactly, okay. With that in mind,
I'm just here to throw
Katsuri,
knives.
you can hear a bit of a conversation going on. One between what you can assume is the hag, because you can see her. She fits the exact description that the gnomes gave the rest of you in your party. And she says,
My lord, the necessary preparations are at hand. Once I force the giant bone to create the portal for you, we can use them to summon you from your prison in the underworld.
Excellent, Bogcackler. I expected little of you, but I must admit, with a secondary means of leaving this place, I can gather all my followers still living on the surface in order to take back Eclipia. Do not fail me.
Trust me, Lord Kragototh. I wouldn't dare dream of it.
Then ensure your project is a success. Find a suitable giant bone to bind the spell to a runestone. If you do not find one immediately, well, you know what that means.
those of you who may need a refresher of who Kragatoth is, Kateri, despite you being an android, you are well familiar with the actions of Kragatoth. He goes by many names. Fire Spitter, the Dragon of Hellfire, the General of King Balor. From what you can gather, he seems to be imprisoned in the underworld, along with the rest of his kind. How do you choose to share this information?
Yep. So yeah, I'm gonna quietly float down to the rest of the party. It appears that the hag wishes to resurrect the fire spitter Kragatoth.
Not resurrect,
That's-
release.
Yeah, no. Or Hadrian wouldn't actually say that, but it's like
You can tell from his
Yeah,
body
like-
language.
Hadrian's like
Link.
violently shaking his head and waving his hands. No, none of that.
Suffice it to say,
that's gonna upset all the order of things.
yeah, suffice it to say, all of you are terrified right now.
Not good.
So it's like Hadrian holds up a finger, then holds his hand with two fingers on each hand facing forward, sort of almost doing machine gun motions towards the house. You can almost hear him saying, "New plan, we clap them cheeks."
Kateri looks at your body language and goes, "Understood. Use gun."
That's
Hadrian
clap
gives a
face.
thumbs up. That, like, yes.
And as you all get ready to attack, there was a moment of silence, and the light inside the cabin is gone. In its place, new blue lights flicker on candles mounted to the house that you didn't see before now, flickering with a blue light, and seeing as the rest of you were hiding, the Bogcackler doesn't even acknowledge you once she emerges from her cabin. And with her up close, you see a green-clad and green-hued hag with shaggy, dirty gray hair, a big red nose, and red eyes. Complementing her already homely appearance is her long, untrimmed fingernails and a necklace made of animal bones and teeth.
Clown Gruntilda?
That's not exactly what I was going for. It's just, you know, typical hag.
I don't know why that was the first thing that came to my mind.
Hags just are gruntildas.
You know,
Yeah.
especially the green ones, yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, that was a good gruntilda.
So you're aware of plan clap them cheeks, correct?
okay.
Do I have a
It's
line
on
of sight?
Okay, one at a time, one at a time. Hadrian, you first.
It's on sight. I want to immediately attack from stealth.
You want to go for an attack?
Yes.
Yo, same.
Okay.
Should we just go into initiative and have a surprise round? I feel like that's what we should be doing.
Give me a second. While I get everything ready here.
I feel like there might be some cheek clapping about to happen.
That sounds so gross.
I mean, you did say
Yeah, girl.
Operation Clap Them Cheeks.
I did
Yeah.
in fact say
Man.
Operation Clap Them Cheeks.
We can't speak properly. Our cheeks keep clapping.
We're trying
No,
to sneak
no, we're
around.
supposed to
Speak for
clapping
yourself.
the-
I'm the one. Speak for yourself. I'm flying. I don't need my cheeks.
No. We're clapping the hag's cheeks.
Ew.
Ah.
Sadly, it is not a proper Operation Clap Them Cheeks because nobody has Thunderclap. So
I have
nobody
Shatter.
Well, you need Thunderclap in order to Thunderclap them cheeks.
You gotta,
Okay,
you gotta shatter the
so,
cheeks.
yeah, seeing as this is a surprise round, go ahead and make an attack roll. Hadrian.
He who advantage.
Wait, can I give?
You didn't include me
No,
in
no,
the
no, no,
initiative.
no,
by
no,
the
no,
way.
no. I caught it. Thank you. There we
I
go.
was gonna say, before anything happens, can I give one dose of bardic inspiration to Hadrian?
Given the speed of the situation, I would say Hadrian's the one acting first.
All right.
So, alright.
We're going full
Advantage
surprise
attack.
round here.
That will be 19 to hit.
19 to hit? Okay. Yes, that hits.
All right. Damage with sneak. Oh boy, that's 18 damage.
18 damage. Okay.
And I'm not done yet. Bonus action.
Okay.
Bonus action. I'm using my bonus action
yeah, trap.
psychic dagger. That will be a 25 to hit.
25 to hit. Okay.
Unfortunately, I have already gotten sneak attack this turn, so I don't get sneak attack on this one. But that's still going to be another 5 damage.
Okay.
And dead, and dead, and dead, and dead, and
Okay, okay,
It's a machine gun, Hadrian.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was like half listening because I was trying to get the track ready. How much damage was that?
The first attack was 18 damage.
Okay,
Second
18
attack was
damage.
5 damage.
5 damage. Okay. So,
And it is
feeling,
psychic damage.
yeah, feeling these various blows dealt to her, the Bogcackler twists around and she shouts, "Who did that?" And she sees all of you standing ready to fight, spots fellow speaker, and says, "What do we have here? Not only did I find the Giantborn, but I found their fellow speaker. How fortunate I must be. Speaking as a member of Fey kind, if you have a modicum of care for your companions, come with me and create the runestone. I have a spell prepared for you, but my power is limited despite my haggery. If you could just help me summon my master, I will leave your friends unharmed. I will not lay a single finger on them. As for you, well, I'm sure my master has quite the reward in place for you."
You ask me to bring back Kragatot?
Indeed.
It's like, ha! It's like, ha! Like you could order the fellow speaker to do what you please.
Then I shall eliminate you and allow your rotting body to add to the stew of this accursed swamp. And now the battle can begin for real.
That's when
Music
Kateri
kicked in at
just
the right time.
Kateri cocked her gun. One shall stand, one shall fall.
Yes, thank you. And you shall be the ones who falls, android. And alright, so okay, Bogcackler is first in the initiative order, so let's have her go first. Oh, that's right. Kronk, didn't you want to do something, or?
Yeah, I wanted to join in on that initiative round. I asked if I had a line of sight so I could try and shoot it with an arrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, seeing as Hadrian already dealt the damage, I think we can just move on, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Don't want to handicap her too much.
okay, so what shall she do first? So let's see. I have quite a lot of spells to play around with.
Have fun.
I will will do my best. Okay, remind me again about spells and bonus actions.
Okay,
You
a
can
spell.
cast a single
one at a
leveled
time,
spell a
please.
turn. You can only cast a single leveled spell a turn. You can cast a cantrip and a spell if one of them is a bonus action.
So either the cantrip or the spell.
If one of them is a bonus action, you can cast a cantrip and a spell, but
Okay,
not
got it.
two
Thank you.
spells.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I needed to know. So, the Bogcackler is going to aim to you, Kroch, and she is going to cast Ensnaring Strike on you.
Okay.
So she throws a series of vines towards you and says, "Where do you think you're going?" And with that, we are contesting our strength saving throws.
It's
Well,
always
actually,
fucking
it's-
strength saving throws for me, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just he makes a strength save against the spell save DC.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a 7. Not working.
okay.
No.
I've got -2 strength.
Actually, even then, she rolled a natural 1, so you succeed. So
What?
This is the one part of okay, guys. This is the one part of DMing I didn't miss. The fact that my rolls have always sucked. Player, DM, whatever, my rolls have always been bad. So,
Sad.
yeah.
If I may retort to her comment, anywhere I please.
Okay, so that would be her bonus action. Let's see here. So I think with that, she'll just end her turn because I don't think she can really do anything else.
Oh, that's not even how Ensnaring Strike works.
Yeah, I thought not.
Yeah, it's the next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack.
Oh, right.
So that wouldn't even do that.
It's a spell that was. Yeah, it wasn't like that though, right? It was just a regular old vines.
Ugh.
We'll chalk it up to interpretation. Maybe she doesn't have a weapon
Yeah.
attack. Maybe it was a
Yeah.
weapon attack.
I don't know what I was doing with it. I hate spellcasting, guys. I still don't get it. I thought I did, but I don't. Anyway, let's just move
Not
on,
everyone
okay?
does.
Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Kateri,
Alright.
you're up next.
Alright, so
Save myself the embarrassment.
alright, so I'm just going to cock gun.
Okay.
So I started blasting.
All right.
Will a 15 hit?
Nope, it misses.
Oh.
So as you go to make your shot, the hag weaves out of the way and turns to see the bullets landing into the tree behind her, blowing blue smoke.
She has appeared to have vanished.
No, she didn't. She didn't disappear. She just. Those were your bullets that was doing the thing, not her.
She is very agile for one of her age.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Hadrian, you're up next.
Bonus action, steady aim.
Okay.
Since unfortunately nobody went into melee. Action. Hit the bitch. Which is a pretty good action when you roll a 17.
Okay, that'll hit.
Cool. With sneak attack, because I did it with advantage.
All right.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
What?
Oh yes.
Oh, what?
Okay. Got. Just
Has-
say the roll. What is it?
19 damage.
Okay. So your attack cleaves into her, and she sort of grasps her side, looks at the blood leaving her body, looks to you and says, "All right then, a challenge it is."
Adrian's eyes glowing that sapphire blue.
All right.
End turn.
Okay. Antola, you're up next.
Well, of course we've got to use my bonus action to sense lifeblood.
Okay.
So I use my d12s for that, so you know they'll come into play later.
Okay then.
And I'm gathering she isn't at equal or below her maximum hit points yet, is she? That's
She'd be
part of
below
this
her
spell.
maximum
This
hit
is the
points.
trouble with dyscalculia. You don't. You're physically incapable
Ah,
of committing
yeah.
numbers to memory.
It doesn't make too much difference to me anyway, so we can skip that part if you like.
Okay.
You said equal or below her maximum hit points, correct?
Yeah. Below half, sorry.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we'll just skip that part because it really makes too much difference.
All right.
Anyway, so yeah, okay. We already went over that, and for my regular action, I'll cast Firebolt.
Okay.
I will use Lucky.
Okay.
Fuck.
What did you
Not
get?
so
rolled a
lucky.
1.
Oh, you rolled a
rolled
natural
one.
one. Oh no.
Yep,
Oh
with
no.
lucky.
Okay, so with that in mind, you sort of fumble
Wait,
your
no, wait.
shot.
No, it was 1, yep.
You sort of fumble your shot, and then the Bogcackler just sort of gently walks out of the way, sort of saunters out of your shot. And with that in mind, she just uses the environment to her advantage and leads you all a little bit deeper into the swamp. So, with that in mind,
Can we?
we'll
Can
rule
I
it-
still?
we'll rule it so you guys have disadvantage on your melee attacks
Okay.
because you're
I-
dealing
Yeah,
with
that's my
thick
turn.
terrain. So your movement speed is halved, and because there's
Does it-
not a lot of room to operate.
Does that? Does it also count for flying? Is movement speed halved for that too?
For the people, no. For the people who are flying, you're unrestricted.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can, you and Croc could easily just levitate yourselves out of the swamp and then, you know, move around.
All right. Next question. Since it's my turn, I believe.
Yep.
Can I still tell where?
She didn't turn invisible at all, so you guys can still see her.
Cool. She's within 60 feet of us.
Yeah.
Is there anyone within 10 feet of her?
Yeah, most of you actually.
That's not gonna work. Cause I want to use Shatter, but I can't use that if people are around. I'm gonna look at another spell for a quick second.
Oh, I see how Ensnaring Strike works. Okay. I feel like an idiot sometimes when it comes to spells. Like, is my English comprehension that bad?
What is a spell?
Yeah, exactly. What is a spell?
What
Well, you need to
is?
learn
The thing about Shatter is you can target a point, not necessarily just a creature. So you would be able to target a point where there's 10-foot where there's a 10-foot
Radius.
area radius where you're only hitting the hag.
All right. Is there any? Okay. Can I target? Is there anyone above the hag?
I think at this point it would technically be you and Croc.
Would they
Well, I guess the better question to ask there is there anybody like? Are we all on one side of the hag?
I'm imagining you're all sort of encapsulating her in a sort of half circle motion, like you're closing in
Half
on her.
circle.
be? Yeah. So there's one half.
circle.
So there's one half where there's no one, right?
Yeah, that would be directly behind her.
All right. If I could target, can I target behind her? Then.
Yeah, you can.
All right. I like to cast Shatter behind her.
Okay. There's a sizable tree that allows you to do that.
All right. I target the tree,
Okay.
and any creature within a 10-foot radius sphere must make a Constitution saving throw.
Con save. All right.
Yep.
And targeting your spell save, I believe. She rolled a 13.
Okay.
I think that fails.
What's my
Your
spell
charisma
save
modifier
again?
+4.
Okay. Okay. Spell save DC is
It's on your sheet, TP.
okay. No, I think I might have confused my DC and my attack bonus. I think my that's my fault. That's my fault.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Let me just spell attack bonus 5e.
spell save DC is what, 8 plus your proficiency plus your
DC
spellcasting mod?
Okay. So yes, I did switch them. 15.
Okay, so yeah, she's 2 points below.
Yeah. My bad. I confused them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now. Now.
Make sure you know where you're putting them next time. All right.
All right. So that's All right. So that's 3d8 thunder damage.
All right.
Okay. That's 6. That's 7. I already rolled a 3, so 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. Very cool. Very cool. Okay.
And at this point, I also want to give I want to give a point of bardic inspiration to as a bonus action to fellow speaker.
Oh, okay. Nice, considering it's her turn next.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also good because her initiative is so low.
Not only that, but like given that she was specifically targeted by the hag beforehand, it'd be a really good idea to make sure that someone who's not specifically targeted is, not whatever.
Okay, so that's the end of your turn then?
That would be the end of my turn.
Okay. Fellow speaker, what doing?
Alrighty, so I'm gonna use my bonus action, and I'm going to summon that bear spirit again.
All right.
Yep. So everybody within the range. So all of us within the range of the bear, which I think is everybody except for the flying people. 8 temporary hit points and advantage on strength rolls.
Nice.
Okay.
And then as
Oh,
far as
wow.
okay. And then as far as my regular action goes, I want to cast some fairy fire on the hag.
Okay. Just reading the rules here on fairy
Yeah.
fire.
Basically if it fails a dexterity saving throw, it begins to glow. When it's glowing, it cannot turn invisible. And if anybody tries to attack the hag while it's glowing in the fairy fire, you basically get advantage on attack rolls.
Okay, cool. Because
Yeah,
it's
fairy fire-
literally a
yeah.
hit me light.
Yeah, fairy fire kicks ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're able to get it off,
Fairy
Fairy
Fire
Fire
is good.
kicks a lot of
Okay,
ass.
so she has to be in the area and then make the dex save by then, right? She has to be in the fire itself in order to be prompted to do the dex save.
Like, I go to cast the fire. Like, it says any creature in the area when
when it's
the
being
spell
cast.
is cast.
Okay, I get it now.
So, yeah, so you roll the dexterity save to see if it hits or not.
Okay, got it. All right. So, are we doing the roll right now?
Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
casting it.
Right then. So, yeah, get used to that fumbling with spells. By the way, it's always been a weak point of mine.
No problem.
We'll get there.
Okay. 15. No, I won't. She rolled a
Okay.
15.
Okay, yeah, my spells. I'm trying to think. It's against a spell save, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So, and yeah, mine is 14.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so-
she succeeded.
Yeah, she succeeded.
All right. So she sees you casting
Damn.
the fairy fire, and she sort of glides out of the way, if I can describe it in some way. And then just looks at the fire burning and just sort of cackles. Hey, she's living up to her name. Yeah, like that.
Flipperier than I thought.
And assuming there's nothing else you can do, fellow speaker.
Yep. That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I can do.
All right, Croc, what are you doing?
I'm going to ascend.
All right.
I'm going up another 30 feet, putting myself at about 40.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Hex.
Hex. Ooh, nasty.
Congratulations.
Yes.
There's no save for this. There's no save for this.
That's true. That's true. I know that.
And now she has disadvantage on any dex save she has to make.
Oh, so the next time
Right.
fellow speaker is casting
For up to an
Fairy
hour.
Fire, yeah. She has
Every
to roll
single
really
dex
well in order
save.
for it to succeed.
Yep.
All right.
Not only that, I'm going to, because Hex is actually a bonus action spell,
Mhm.
I'm going to enact the ancient art of Shoot the Bitch.
All right. Shoot the
Yeah.
bitch.
Shoot the bitch.
Shoot,
I love that
shoot the
art.
witch.
That is a 16.
A 16 to hit. That misses.
Bloody hell, that AC's high.
Well, it's challenging for a reason. All right. So, as you make your shot, you unfortunately whiz past her and it splashes into the water and sort of fizzles out. Give a kick her head afterwards. So I believe we're going back up to the top of the round, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so back to Bogcackler. So I want to make sure I got this right. So let's have her do a claw attack on fellow speaker this time. So
Oh boy.
she's gonna run up to you, and then she is going to attack with her claws. She rolled a natural 20, so that's a critical hit.
God damn.
So she rolls. Let's see, 2d8s. All right. Let's see, 9. Okay. What's 9 plus 4?
13.
13.
13.
Okay, 13 plus 8. Wait. Doing the math here. Give me a second.
Hold on, let me double check.
I got
what-
it.
No, I'm double
okay.
checking something.
Okay, so that should be 25 damage total. And since we weren't sure about it at first, I made this rule. So, fellow speaker, You
Yes.
are currently bleeding. You
Oh.
took 25 damage and now you're bleeding. And let me just put this in important things to note for everyone to read.
A cannot regain hit points from spells or abilities. Bleeding creature can only regain hit points by consuming hit dice or completing a long rest. Okay then.
Yeah. And Grim Hollow was a little vague on how to rule it, so I just ruled it as taking a critical hit at random at my discretion.
Okay.
You know, to get you guys scared.
Yeah.
Whoopee.
So, yeah. That's scary.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but that was her standard action. So, if I were to do Ensnaring Strike after a melee attack, is it just sort of something that she prepares for the next time she hits a creature with a weapon attack?
Yes, it's concentration of 1 minute, so she has to keep concentration, and then the next time she would hit a melee attack.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright, so... looking at her other options here. Can you do an action and then a spell? Or no? Is it one of the
Only
other?
if it's
If
a
the spell
bonus
is a
action.
bonus action, if the spell.
Oh, if it's a bonus action. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see here.
If the activation time is one bonus action, then yes.
Alright then. I don't know about you guys, but I think she's done for now. So she sort of looks at fellow speaker and goes, "What's the matter, fellow speaker? I thought you wanted this fight." And
I think like at this point, I'd probably just glaring because I mean it's like kind of bleeding here.
And with that in mind, as a free action, she sort of cries out and summons a couple Grindylows.
Ooh, Salt Boys.
And Grindylow 1 and Grindylow 2. And coincidentally, they're both sharing spaces with you guys, so... Alright, so we now have 2 opponents to account for. Well, 3 opponents, technically, but yeah. I believe Katsuri is next.
Yeah. So she looks at Bogcackler for a bit and just thinks, and just thinks, the situation seems contradictory. If you need the Giantborn to release your master, why are you on the verge of killing them?
She looks to you, Kateri, and she says, "Shut up, construct."
And with that, I'm going to cast a Favored Foe on the hag.
Favored foe, okay.
Yeah, so basically, her eyes basically get all super scanny and start looking at art targeting her specifically.
Alright, which means, reading the rules here, what are your favorite enemies?
If he's using Tasha's really doesn't need to pick them.
Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
okay,
I'm-
that's what I thought.
Yeah, because I
just
said I was gonna focus
Okay,
on
so
the hag, so that would be
she
my
does
favorite
count as a
foe.
fae, so that means you have advantage on survival checks to track those enemies, as well as intelligence checks to recall information
on.
on them. And
That's
That's
not.
a different thing.
That's a different
Hey.
thing.
it brought me to the wrong thing. Damn it! Shit.
I get an
Mighty
increase
Tools,
of
you lied to
damage
me.
of. I get an increased damage of 1d4
Yeah,
against
okay,
that target.
I know. Thank you. I just needed to. All right.
Stop yelling at me. I'm still doing this.
All right. Okay. All right. Got it. Anything else?
So, with that, I'm going to also enact the art of shoot the bitch.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
Hey.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage, including the
Okay. Okay, then I get the 1d4.
Okay, I'm gonna raise your volume a little bit because they're coming in a little quiet.
So, I'm going to shoot the bitch for 15.
15. Perfect. So, yeah, your shots weave right through her, and with the extra 1d4 damage, you land another hit into her, and she's looking pretty rough.
Yeah, like, Kateri just, she cocks her gun, aims it, starts firing a couple of times with the bullets hitting, and goes, jackpot.
All right. Hadrian, you're up next.
So, with her being in melee with fellow speakers, that means that I don't need advantage to get sneak attack.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Which means I am machine gun mode once again.
Okay.
You shall enter, shoot the bitch.
Oh, fuck. Okay, the first one's
Who
10.
says you-
That's not gonna do it.
Who says you need a gun to go machine gun?
That's a natural 20!
Okay, so that's a
Oh,
critical hit.
oh.
So the first hit misses, the second one succeeds.
The second one is a crit, too. And
Mhm.
it's got sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Let's flavor
Oh.
it as we can flavor this as you missed the first hit. Bogcatcher's like, ha, you missed. And then what's your character's name again?
It,
Hardy and
Hadrian.
pretty much signs.
Hadrian.
Hadrian, I'm sorry. Hadrian has pretty much makes it look that's like wasn't aiming for you.
It's like,
So-
your aim is poor. That is a matter of perspective.
So, right. Let's see. How does 30 damage sound?
It sounds like it's gonna be pretty rough for her. She's still standing, but those extra hits that she took are starting to take a bit of a toll on her, but she's still smiling, she's still cackling like a mad woman, but you can tell that she's about to approach her limit. She's looking rough.
Hey, Kateri just looks at her. Our target is currently containing 50% of lead.
Alright.
You're about to take another lead deposit.
Okay. So, Hadrian, is that it? Or do you have any bonus actions you'd like to...
Well, the second attack was my bonus action.
Okay. Then we can just move on to...
I can move. I can move this turn. I'll fly. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You don't have flight.
He misses Baku.
Alright, so...
Who's first, me or
Yeah,
me or
that's
Grindy?
what I'm trying to decide. Okay, so... Rolled a 2, so I think the Grindylow is gonna go first.
Yep.
So the Grindylow is going to rush over to you, Hadrian. And... let's see here. It's going to go for... It's gonna go for a standing leap, so it rushes over to you, and then it's gonna try and go for a multi-attack. first one was a 4. That misses. Oh, natural 20. And let's see. A 11 for the other one. So, for the natural 20, it's gonna hit you for... So, 5 and 5. So, 10 damage for the unarmed strike, and for the... I think that's it, yeah.
Should be the only hit, because the others
it's
were
the only
4
hit.
and 11.
It's the only hit. So yeah, you got, honed for 10 damage.
I had temporary HP, so I, in reality, took 2.
Alright.
Is that his turn?
Yeah. So it's gonna go over to, you, Antola.
Yep. I will attempt to fireball the hag again. Not fireball, the other thing.
Firebolt, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and try again. Because it's all you can do at this point.
Yep. Right, hold on, mathsing.
You see, we shoot the bitch.
Yeah. Does 14 hit?
It does not, I'm sorry.
Damn.
Again,
Well?
it weaves past her, and, she actually says this time to you, Antola, your aim is poor, Deep.
I don't have the best eyesight. But I'm not done. I can still use consumption on her.
Oh, alright.
And she can't dodge that one.
She cannot.
So I will, of course, use a D12 for that. And is this my D12? Yes, it is. 7. Reduced her by 7.
Alright. Again, the blood that, she got from her wounds seeps out of her and forms around your carapace and enters it. And enriches
Good
you.
flavor.
Yeah. Spicy.
Okay, so my sense lifeblood, would that trigger with consumption or not? It says where did it?
Oh yeah. When you deal damage to such a creature, you roll 2 additional dice to deal bonus damage. The dice rolled to determine the damage are the same as the 2 you expended to cast a spell.
Oh. Oh dear.
So would that work?
That sounds real fucking powerful, and I love it.
Yep.
All right.
You got to expend an extra resource for it, but that's why I got lucky.
Right.
Okay, so that is 11 all up. As an 11 extra now. Yep, just rolled 11. Yeah.
All right. So, at this point, Bogcackler's wounds are catching up to her. And at this point, she's starting to look a bit worried. But she assures, I'm not finished just yet. And
I end my turn.
Yeah, you end your turn. Altair, what doing?
You're not finished yet, huh? First off, I want, as I'm saying all this, I'd like to cast a point of bardic inspiration in order to, I believe the thing I'm looking for is unsettling words.
Oh, subclass feature.
Yeah. So, bonus action, this is my bonus action for the record. I'm expending a use of bardic inspiration to basically, as I'm saying all this, I roll 1 die, and the next time they make a saving throw before the start of my next turn, they have to subtract 1d6. I rolled a 5.
Okay, so they have to subtract 5 points. Okay. Alright, nice.
You you're not. You say
You're
you're
not
not
succeeding,
down, but
Matt.
you might as well be. Face it. We are stronger than you. We.
Body remains
You-
after you guys.
You wish to use fellow speaker for the sake of reviving your master, releasing your master, but then you go and attack her. Clearly, you're out of options. Your plan is as doomed to fail as you are to fall.
And she looks to the Grindylow that are fighting with her and says, "Get them, my pets."
I detect a 2% probability they will survive this encounter.
And now I'd like to cast a let me so is there anyone in front of is there anything in front of Bogcackler? Or anyone? Or behind her or whatever.
I think for the sake of brevity, we'll say Intola's in front of her.
And behind her is no one?
Not at this point, no.
I like to cast Cloud of Daggers on an area like that still encapsulates her, but the point of like the fire, like it counts basically right, like in an area behind her, but includes her in it. You know?
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. What did she say before I cast? By the way.
She just six the Grindylows on you.
Oh yeah. They can try, but they won't succeed.
I
We have a
detect a 2%
condiment.
possibility they will all be deceased.
Anyways, Cloud of Daggers. Technically she just entered it, so that's a 44. That's a 44 slashing damage.
Okay. So
she does not get a choice.
no. So go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay, so that's a 1. That's a 4. That's another 4. That's a 3. That's a 12. And she takes it the first time. The first her first
at the beginning of each of her turns.
or whenever someone enters that cube for up to 1 minute.
All right then. All right. I believe that's the end of your turn, fellow speaker.
Yep, that would be.
What doing?
Alrighty, I am. Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to cast Entangle.
Entangle. Okay.
Yep. So.
I would have thought
so-
you'd go for Fairy Fire again with a disadvantage on Dex.
That's okay. But
She's
Yeah,
close to
but-
dead, and
she already made up her mind.
yeah, I'm doing.
not to mention if it's another thing that someone that involves Bogcackler need to take a whatever.
Right. Well, yeah, because like Entangle, it makes it difficult. It makes the ground like difficult terrain, which isn't really a problem considering everyone's either doing long range or flying. And a creature within the area, you have to succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by plants. Which again, most of you guys even still have the Bear Spirit. Bear Spirit's still active on us.
All right. So with disadvantage, the -5 disadvantage at that, she's gonna attempt the save.
Hang on.
What?
She's only got disadvantage on Dex saves, not strength.
Ah.
That being said, she still takes 5. Take whatever you roll -5.
Yeah.
Okay, so only for dex
She-
stuff. Okay, I got it. I got it.
She-
I got it. Yeah.
Takes the -5 on this, and then never again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just a strength save. Okay, so that's a 7.
2.
Strength save.
Yeah.
The -5 still applies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying.
Oh, so it's
Oh.
a 7 with the
Yeah, that's
with
what I
it.
was saying the whole time. What did you think I was saying?
Okay.
Ugh,
All right.
okay.
So.
Please pay
Okay.
attention. All right.
Okay. Well, either way, like, yeah, if it's, yeah, I'm reading up on the spell. Yeah, a creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check against the spell save DC, and is free if it's a success. If not, you're pretty much restrained.
Okay.
Oh, and to make that strength save, they have to use their action.
Yeah. Let me just double check the rules for restraints.
Disadvantage on dex.
I'm reading it. I know. Again, if I'm just silent like this, guys, I'm reading through something right now. So it's not like
Yeah,
I'm ignoring
no
you.
problem.
It's
Oh, good.
Yeah, no problem.
and seeing as I know how long the song is by heart, let me just wait. What? Oh, I already had it enabled. All right. Oops. There we go. Okay. I just need to double check the rules for a sec. All right. So it sounds like that's the end of your
Yeah.
turn.
Yep.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I'm doing.
Alright. Okay, so, Croc and, Grindy Low number 2 are next. Let's do... Croc.
Alright. I'm gonna pull some shenanigans here.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's hear the shenanigans before,
Oh, it's entirely legal, don't worry. I'm just using Misty Step to move before firing.
Oh, my dice.
Okay.
I just love the
So-
wording of that. It's totally legal.
It is! All the stuff
is,
I do is well within the rules. I just happen to know how bullshit a lot of things can be.
But ultimately, you have to understand, I'm the DM, so...
Your choice. Yes,
yeah.
I know.
It's
Yeah.
it's under my
I just-
discretion whether or not you can do it or not, but that
Yeah,
sounds
I
okay,
just-
so just do it. Alright?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I love the wording of that.
Croc
I-
whirls up some of the fog from the bog up and over himself and moves 30 feet to the other side of the Bogcackler.
Okay.
So he's going for a shot in the back, essentially,
Alright then.
rather than shooting him towards. This also puts him in flanking.
I'm not clear on the rules on flanking.
I think they're optional rules, aren't they?
I,
I mean-
I think flanking is optional.
Yeah.
It's DM
we use them
discretion.
we usually use them at my other group, but yeah, you don't have to use them.
Being that
Hang on,
someone's
is
in
it
the
also called cover?
no,
A different thing.
Okay, so
Flanking.
so entirely something different, alright.
no, it wouldn't put me in flanking. I'm not within melee range. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I would have accepted it even then because, well, I didn't think about it. But,
Yeah. but
There's if there's two people within melee range and one of them is behind, the person behind gets flanking bonus.
right.
it's a lot easier when you got like a map or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we
I
don't, so-
recommend Tailspire. It's great. All right. So I'm just gonna go for an attack.
Which will have advantage because of the restrained condition.
Okay.
Yes!
What do you get?
What?
Nat 20!
Ow. Alright.
Buggers.
This means I get to use my unique effect from Piercer.
Oh, yeah, you got that.
What's your unique?
Oh,
I
okay,
want to
wait,
know
wait,
your unique.
Alright.
As part of Piercer, whenever I roll a crit, I don't just roll 2 of the damage dice, I roll 3.
Okay, so yeah, you get an extra damage dice.
You get 6.
I get, no,
Wait,
No,
no, just 3, right?
3.
Yeah, like 2 for
3.
the critical hit, and then 1 from the feat.
Ah.
From the Piercer feat.
Yeah.
I also get the
Not
opportunity to
6, not
re-roll
fucking
one of
6.
them if it's
I wouldn't have
too low.
not allowed that if that were the case.
Ah, okay. It's my fault.
It's okay.
And I'll
how
re-roll
you
that
roll
using Piercer. That is 13 piercing damage and 13 piercing damage, 2 cold damage, and because Hex is still in effect, 6 necrotic damage.
6 necrotic damage. Okay. So, she's looking pretty hurt right now. Just being bombarded with magic and weaponry and, just arcane energy. She's looking extremely rough.
The Grindylow do not seem to be of much assistance to you, are they?
She remains silent.
Your silence speaks volumes.
And assuming there's nothing left for you, Croc, let's go
Yeah,
into the
that's my
Grindylow.
turn.
Yeah. Okay. So the Grindylow is gonna. Let's see. The Grindylow is going to go for a multi-attack on fellow speaker. So, let's see here. Natural 1. Natural 2. And that will be a... Let's see. Dirty 20.
Yep.
Oy.
So yeah, you take, 6 piercing damage.
6 piercing damage. Alrighty.
And I think that'll be the end of its turn. So back to the top of the round. The Bogcackler doesn't have a lot of options, but she does have one last trick up her sleeve. So she's gonna cast Fireball.
Oh.
Oh!
Okay, so
Nice.
you can use Fireball, but we can't.
Well, I can because this was my idea of making her even more challenging. But you guys do have a means of
question.
avoiding this.
Oh?
What?
Doesn't she take damage at the beginning of her turn from Cloud of Daggers?
She does.
Yeah.
does.
Yes.
I assume she probably already had, and yeah.
Yeah, she does. But even then, she's still able to cast a spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I should probably roll.
everyone roll a perception check.
Oh, yep.
Okay. Perception. Let me look at my sheet. Best stat. It's not my best stat. But that's a dirty 20, so you know.
That's a nat 20!
That is a 22.
Okay.
Dirty 20s, that failed.
Okay, don't
I have to
don't
know.
Don't be a smartass about this.
It's
Wait,
part
Kats-
of my
Kat-
ability
Kat-
that I have
Katsuri,
to know.
what did you? Oh, okay.
22.
You didn't write it down.
Oh.
Okay, so that succeeds, Hadron. By far succeeds. So everyone but Antola and Fellow Speaker, you get to hide behind the biggest trees that you can find. Fellow Speaker and Antola, go ahead and make some dex saves for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad. Wait, what is my dex? Oh. I mean, you could lucky that. I'm probably a good idea. Oh, that's slightly better.
Okay. So that's 14 and 16.
Yep.
Alright, so, Fellow Speaker, you, take the full brunt of the attack, so, gosh, 8d6 fire damage.
Okay, 8d6 already. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, I'm fucked.
Yeah, I believe, Fellow Speaker's HP is not even,
Yeah, I'm in single digits.
yeah.
Just, keep in mind, I did do this intentionally for you guys. Eclepia is not a nice place to live, so
Yeah,
it's not a fuck up on my part, it's just how things roll.
People die.
Like your dice.
Yeah,
Or sometimes they live through dying.
not in Eclepia, there's no way to resurrect the dead. I mean,
Oh,
there
no.
is,
Die
but
when
it's,
they are
but it's called
killed.
necromancy. It's not exactly.
actually-
it's not exactly bringing back the person you loved, because it's not.
I
them.
actually way prefer that in the setting, so
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's no
Resurrection's
cheating
cheap.
that. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some math here, so bear with me, everyone.
Pull up
Okay,
your
I'm gonna
calculator.
ask you a question.
No, don't do that while I'm doing math, please. Okay. Okay, so that's 28 damage for Fellow Speaker, unfortunately, and I think that would be half damage for you, Antola. So
How much, sorry?
let me divide it in half. 14 damage.
Okay, cool. I yet live.
I didn't think this would ever happen,
Okay.
guys,
Yes,
but
It's like, yeah, well, I'm at 0.
yeah. Let me get the appropriate.
That, like,
attack.
well, it's like,
So-
wait, I'm trying to think. Remind me again, like, so what is it that constitutes where it's like you can roll death saving throws and what is like automatic death?
Okay. For me, I would say that if you crit fail on one death save, it counts as 3 misses for you. But if you roll to a decent amount, I'd say maybe somewhere in the higher numbers, like 15 and above, you should be fine.
Okay.
I was never actually clear on that, but yeah, that's how we're gonna rule it here.
I can. Okay.
That's how we're gonna rule it here. So as you all tried to hide behind the trees, you see Antola and Fellow Speaker getting engulfed in the flames, but Fellow Speaker takes the full brunt of it. She covers herself. She covers Antola and falls into the swamp. Antola, how do you respond to this?
To being like slapped with some fire and having fellow speaker fall in the swamp.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Well, I feel pretty fucked. I suppose, like, am I next to fellow speaker at all?
Yeah, she
Probably would be.
covered you from what she could from the fire.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'll try to like catch her while she falls, but
All right, you do.
yeah, I
Okay.
don't really have any healing or anything.
Fellow speaker, what did you roll
Oh,
for the death save?
let me see. I rolled a 9.
Okay, so that's 1 point loss for you. Actually,
All right.
Given that, given that you've taken more damage than you lost, I'm assuming.
How far under 0 are you?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see. I had 8 points before I took that. Before I
you
took
took
that
20
massive
more
hit.
damage.
Yeah.
What are your final words?
God, I do not know. Not planning for this, but yeah, I honestly don't know.
All right, so
You can have no final words if you like to.
Yeah, I guess just
That's
die.
dramatic.
Just die in the bog.
No, I caught ya. You're not dirty, at least.
with that in mind, Antola was the last person you've ever seen before you finally passed away in her arms. And befitting your friendly nature, fellow speaker, you pass on with a smile. And with this in mind, the barrier that she created dissipates. And the Bogcackler, in response, just laughs with utter glee despite her predicament.
Speaking of her predicament, hey, guess who still has Cloud of Daggers active?
I think she already took that damage.
She already took the damage, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She took the damage, tanked through it, and casted Fireball.
Okay.
Down one party member.
I think that's like a first for us.
Yeah.
Like in anything.
Kateri, how do you respond?
So, what happens now is something you probably wouldn't have expected considering her antics as of late. She actually gets up and turns to Bogcackler. Her eyes glow red.
Kill mode.
She would like to cast Zephyr Strike.
Okay.
And as her eyes beam redness at the hag, she just looks at her and says, I am justice incarnate, brought to this world by forces beyond your comprehension. A cleansing storm to sweep across the land and purge it of your foul presence. I am Kateri, and your life ends here, now.
And
Now she gonna pull out her fucking gun.
and as a single shot rings through the swamp, it enters and leaves through her skull, scares away the Grindylows, and ends the encounter.
Press to dictate the blood off fellow speaker. Actually, I probably don't need to. I'm a magical blood lady. I can just take it.
And Kateri just simply lowers her arm after taking the shot and just lowers her head.
Normally, I have been told I have a way with words, but not
My
much
dude.
leaves me speechless.
My duty was to protect. And the fact we lost a close comrade of ours, I have failed my programming.
You don't start with that. You did not fail your programming. She knew the risks coming out here. And when all is said and done, you still took out the Bogcackler. It's not exactly a detailed the woman's count as a failure in regards to protecting.
Perhaps you are right. Although,
She protected
was-
me anyway, so it's out of your hands.
although, I will seek further advancement.
I understand. I do have a. Hold on one really quick second.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, I want to use. I want to play my lyre
Okay.
to and to help soothe like everyone else. Just so that we can not because it doesn't hurt, but more just to help, I guess.
So you take out your lyre, and you begin to play My Lagan Love.
Oops.
Not out of romantic obligation, but more to soothe everyone through your notes
Mhm.
and playing. And after everything, there was a stillness in the air. The hag was defeated. Lying in the swamp is a bubbling mess of gore. Then you hear a splash coming from behind you all, and a pair of glowing, devilish yellow eyes. You beat me to her.
We know who this is, right? Or do
You've
we
heard
not know?
tales and songs written about her.
Could I do an insight check?
I have
You
a
can if
feeling
you
I
want
know,
to.
but not in character.
Yeah, I want to check too, because I think I would
Yeah.
have heard.
What role was it?
Insight.
Yeah, I'll do an insight check.
Oh no, I don't know.
So, I got a 24.
Okay.
Oh, you
Dang,
know
I
all
only
the
got a
lore.
23.
I rolled a dirty 20.
This
I got a 5.
This is the fabled Phantom of the Forest. Just seeing her eyes is enough to put most of you at unease. But for you, Kateri, you've heard about her from the various jobs that you've taken over the years. And hang on, Blue wants in. Okay, sorry about that.
Who are you?
And seeing your uneasiness, Alexandra holds up her hand and says, "Easy. I'm not hunting you. Unless you give me a reason to. Are you with Brayden?"
Yes.
Yes. Adrian nods.
I ask because he is dead.
What? What happened?
Skald was on his way from Alderfair to Burnsley when I ran into him. She begins to turn around. "Come with me. I'll take you to him." She urges the rest of you to follow behind her as you waded through the swamp and weave through the various trees sticking out of it. And Tola, what do you do with the fellow speaker's body?
Well, I'm going to sort of like touch Kateri because Kateri's a strong old android. Like, can you carry her body?
It would be
Please,
my
for now.
honor.
I feel like she would rather not being buried in a swamp.
Yeah, Terry's just gonna walk over and pick her up with ease, because she robot.
Alex turns around and sees the body of the fellow speaker and asks, "What was the fellow speaker doing with you?"
She was
Assisting us.
I see.
He took an attack for. I'm looking at Antola here, actually.
I'm deeply sorry to hear that. She seemed a good woman. And
I didn't know her too long, but she certainly seemed it.
if I were to recommend a place to bury her, I would place it in the home of her people, Southwold. In time, they will have to elect a new fellow speaker to carry on her memory and her mission. It's not easy losing someone you care about, no matter how long you've known them. But to know that whatever place that she's carved in your hearts, it was carved there for a reason.
Kateri,
that.
would you like to come with me to there at some point? To bury her? I'd rather not be in debt.
Affirmative.
Eventually, Alexandra stops you all in front of an unmarked tree. We're here. Who among you can detect something about this tree? Can any of you cast magic?
Yeah, a few of us can.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian just points to all the people who can cast magic.
Alexandra just says tersely, "Do it."
Destroy the tree?
Yeah.
Krach will cast the Eldritch Blast on it.
Alright. So, as you cast Eldritch Blast on the tree, Krach, you uncover a decaying corpse, neck eroded by roots. The body of Brayden lays there.
Ah.
That's the man.
Adrian looks at the corpse confused and then looks at Alexandra and he like taps his wrist with two fingers. Like the top of his wrist.
How long?
He's been dead for
Adrian
almost
nods.
a week.
That's what he was trying to.
Whoever you were talking to was a changeling, likely impersonated him in order to inherit his fortune.
Something certainly seems strange.
Adrian Adrian kind of like elbows Croc and flails his arms like, I knew it! I knew there was something off!
Calm down, Mute.
Well, I would suggest you to hurry to Burnsley as soon as you're able to, but let's just say that this changeling had his luck run out sooner than he expected. And she refers to one of her bloodied swords. The door is open
You're right.
if you're still seeking to get your reward.
Well, I imagine most of us started here because we wanted our reward.
Well, since this is your coin on the line, I'll leave the final decision to you. Besides, she puts up her hood and whistles loudly to call a black mare, which she mounts, and says, I've got more contracts to take care of. Stay safe. Stay close. And she leaves the swamp. And leaves you all to decide what your next actions are. One comrade down. A reward waiting for you, but no one to confirm it. And I think that's where we'll end it.
Ending.
Yeah, that ending be bittersweet.
I like it. I love but bittersweet.
You're welcome.
I kill a thing.
I killed one of my party
Thanks for
members! I
trying.
didn't mean to! Actually, I did, but I didn't expect it to end like this, you know? Like,
Well,
That's half
at
of
least
being a DM.
Well, at least I know I still have a body count.
Still, I think that's like the first. I mean, I know that's not the first time that we've had characters that have had to make death saving throws, but I think like in our group, I think this is the first character death we've
never
ever
died,
had.
period.
Yeah, I
First
know.
time
Like
it
the
happened.
because if I'm not mistaken, the only other person I remember ever having a death saving throw was one of Dion's characters.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That was Ace.
Yeah. In one of Brian's one shots, but you know, because the next turn had a healing stuff, and it wasn't damaged to the point of no return. You know.
And you know what? How appropriate, because Ace also had to do a death saving throw from a goddamn fireball.
Fireball, the only thing that when DMs use it, kills a character.
Yeah. But even
In
then,
another-
I
yeah.
was considering the possibility of at least one of you guys going down.
It works a lot for the setting anyway. It makes it
Yeah,
a good ending.
definitely. That was my intention. It was to facilitate that. Yeah, you already know from me telling you that Eclepia is not a nice place to live, especially if you try to go out at night. But the things that lurk in it, even if you do think you're getting the upper hand, there's always a nasty trick or two up their sleeves. Which is why actually, lore-wise, there aren't very many monster hunters. Alexandra is currently the only one that's out there. Kateri, from what we can assume, is a monster hunter by technicality. So how did I do after not DMing for such a long time?
It was good.
Pretty damn good.
It was good.
You killed a guy.
I killed a lady.
You killed somebody! I love it.
You are an awful person.
I love murder.
Let me guess. When you get back to any bold, you're gonna kill Casti. No, don't do that.
Actually, I also discovered I think I know why I have such a hard time with spells. It's because whenever I do them in the middle of sessions and being the DM, if I'm not 100% solid with it, I skip over details because I don't want to hold you guys up. That's the only reason why I think I'm not so good with them. Because I don't give myself the time to. Yeah, like given enough time, I can understand how a spell works and what we can do with it. It's just if I rush it, I get stupid essentially.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It happens to me too of some things, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely open for any improvements if I need any.
I'd say probably when the Frog Boys like came into combat, I reckon they should have gone like one free action.
Yeah, they didn't get to do much. In fact, you didn't use your salt wall on them. Of course, it was also a time thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, the salt was also kind of vague too.
Yeah. So now that we're out of the way, salt is a major weakness of theirs because to them, salt is like acid to Grindylow. It burns away their mucus covering, thus making it easier for people to go stabby stabby and clubby clubby. Yeah, it's just extremely hazardous to them.
Kind of like slugs. Except they're toad slugs.
Yeah, toad slugs, exactly. Which is weird because I do have another creature that's essentially a toad slug. Toad snail,
nice.
really. But it's
Did you make these guys, or are they from folklore or what?
That one I made up.
Okay, cool. Because I know with a lot of like fairies and folklore, they're weak to salt.
Yeah,
I don't know about
strange.
Irish, but in general.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how many things exist in Celtic mythology.
There's a lot.
Exactly.
I don't know all of them, but I know enough that there's a lot.
Yeah, Grindylow being one of them. So, yeah. Okay, so, thank you everyone for coming, and thank you, everyone else for listening in. Somewhere down the line we'll do another one-shot, but it will probably not be in this universe because I think I've done what I set out to do, and it's to ensure that I can still DM. And I'll get back to writing this story whenever possible. I'm on chapter 47, by the way, in terms of writing.
Nice.
And I'm, again, working on the second short comic.
Yes.
But, yeah. Tune in for more updates on that, and we'll see you guys later.
All right.
And now I would like
Goodbye.
to. Yep. And as you end the stream, Jordan, I would like to show you guys and call a thing.